We don't see this alternative variety of apatite very often. We were excited last night to bring you the neon apatite. And this evening we have got this beautiful green apatite. Mother Nature's base colour goes with every other gemstone. Beautifully faceted rondelles. And this is coming from our Gems of Distinction range. This is coming up at 7 p.m. So we've got the Labradorite at the end of the show and this at the halfway point. So that is something not to be missed, especially as we only have a limited number available. Very exclusive deal. We've got a 10-strand super saver coming up. What time, sorry? 7:30. That's a big hour then. So you've got your green apatite at 7 p.m, then your 10-strand super saver. Oh, I'll just move this out of the way so you can. It's these ones here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're coming up at 7:30. We know that's very, very popular. The second the graphics hit the screen, start dialing our free phone number to put yourself at the front of the queue. Of course, you're only ever going to pay 1 P&P here at JewelleryMaker. So this is the show where you can maximise on that offer. Because if you've already been inspired by either Fiona this morning or, of course, Hannah and her lovely mum this afternoon, then you've already got your order on the way. We're going to find and add it to your order price for you, and we might have found it with our first bundle. And what we've done here is we've taken 2 strands of gemstones, put them together in order to provide you with a saving. Look at the way these gemstones work together. Absolutely gorgeous. Now this is your coated Chalcedony rondelles and your beautiful blue coated Pyrite. This is which of our resident jewellery makers created this? Sue created this set of jewellery. Have a look at this. Oh, I love the matching earrings. These are really impressive. Have a look at this. This Pyrite goes a long way, doesn't it? I'll show you why. Huge amount on the strand. Faceted rondelles again. That's really interesting with the Pyrite, isn't it? Because you've got that natural metallic shimmer from Fool's Gold really coming to the forefront with this sky blue coating combined with the faceting. Outstanding. So again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Now, if you're a new viewer, you might not know what that means. Basically, as we've grown over the last 4 years here on JewelleryMaker, we've managed to We've managed to open buying offices all over the world, and now we have unbelievable buying power. We can source the best possible quality and provide you with the best possible value. That is exactly what we've done with this Pyrite. Now these are really, really versatile. They're small enough to be used as spacers or, of course, to become more of a feature within the design. I think that's evident on both these designs we've got here, because on the necklace design, they've sort of been used to accent the Chalcedony, haven't they? And maybe just make those feature stones go that little bit further. See that, how they're used as little spaces in between the gemstones? But then on the earrings, they've been used as a feature, and they are really more of the focal point of the design, aren't they? So very, very versatile strand in your blue colour coated Pyrite. You've actually got 35 carats there, and the rondelles range in size from 2x1 to 3x2. Over 100 carats of your coated Chalcedony, and it almost has like a pearlescence to it, a sort of little shimmer on the surface of the gemstone thanks to that coating. Nice variation of colour tones, but you can see they all work together, ranging from those icy blues to the sky blues, and a few that have got that almost a lavender tone to them. So it's a really, really useful 2-strand pack here. These have been matched up together perfectly, and you can see how well they work in the designs we have. Lots of people interested in getting hold of this. In fact, most buyers are adding this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. Now that's probably the most efficient way to buy from us here at JewelleryMaker, but of course we want to offer you a risk-free shopping experience, so we also have a free phone number. So if you've already got your P&P up and running, start dialing that free phone number right now, and you can add this 2-strand pack, your beautiful blues, to your order right now. We're gonna have to bring the price on because so many people are getting involved. It's just £9.95. That's less than £5 per strand of gemstones. And as I say, they're not small. You've got a lot of gemstones here, especially on the pyrite. Look at this, this is going to go an awful long way. And I love the colour tones from that Chalcedony. I think this is one of the things lots of people are looking for when they consider which gemstones they want in their collection. You want that beautiful little shimmer. So you've got your metallic shimmer from your pyrite, and then as I just pick up the Chalcedony, my apologies, Director Bruce there, but have a look at these. These are providing you with lots of elegance. Because of that, I mean, actually on this occasion, this is one of the times where I think we've sort of taken Mother Nature's handiwork and taken it onto that next level, haven't we? She doesn't get it wrong very often, but on this occasion, we've sort of said, good start, we'll take it from here. We put this beautiful, I think it almost is like a pearlescence. Have a look at it. It's just like a little shimmer. Really enhances the gemstone, doesn't it? And I have to say, this has to be considered one of the most inspirational designs we've ever had to back up the idea behind the bundle, because you can see how well it works together. In actual fact, you've got the same shape of rondelles and same sizes, or very similar sizes, on the Labradorite coming up as a superstar buy. So you could really go to town, couldn't you? You could intersperse the Chalcedony and the Labradorite within your necklace design. Absolutely fantastic. So I'll have to speak to Sue and give her my personal thanks, because that is a fantastic design. How many of this bundle did we have to start with? So we've sold about half. Okay, half the stock's been allocated. Try that in English. Half the stock's been allocated. So if you want to get involved, you need to start dialing that free phone number right now. Otherwise, you could miss out on the opportunity to add the beautiful blues 2-strand pack to your order. Imagine this. If you've already got a P&P up and running, get this home, see the gemstones in the flesh, just have a look at how many pyrites you're going to get. Look at that. All those pyrites. For less than £10, you can get these 2 strands home, fall in love with the gemstones for yourself. That is when the decision-making process begins. When these arrive at your door, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Around about 3/4 of the stock has now been allocated on this, so if you do want to get involved, it's getting a little bit urgent that you start dialing in. Of course, all of our bundle offers, as well as our price reductions, are only available for 60 minutes. So in about 60 minutes' time, it's going to be impossible to add this to your order. That's my understanding. So if I were you, I'd take the plunge right now. You can always change your mind. Or of course you can use your 30-day money-back guarantee, but when it's gone, it's gone. It's proved to be one of the most popular 2-strand packs we've ever put together, huh? Liam, would you agree with that? Producer Liam, very impressed with his own handiwork there, and I'm not surprised because they are very complementary strands, and we know that the blue gemstones are particularly popular with jewellery makers and jewellery buyers, because most people's first purchase of a semi-precious gemstone tends to be of a blue gemstone. So this is really, really useful. We're going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. And we're going to kick off with yet another very high-end opportunity, this time multicoloured moonstone. June's birthstone, my birthstone in fact. And it's imperative that you start stocking up on those birthstones for the upcoming summer months. You know, you're going to find it very difficult to create a lovely birthday present for me if you don't invest in some moonstone. 100 carats. I'm talking to you, Pete. Get on the phone. I know that you want to create a lovely pair of moonstone cufflinks for the big dog. Participation, Pete. That's our floor manager. Give us a wave, Pete. Come on. Everyone's waiting to see your smiley face this evening. There he is. You alright? Yeah. Giving everybody a wave. That's our floor manager this evening. Also, in the picture you could see Glenn looking very stern behind the camera there. Right, 100 carats of multicolour moonstone in the faceted rondelles. They range in size from 6x3 to 9x5. And here comes your price this evening. We have very, very limited stock availability. Another very popular strand with jewellery makers. And again, I think it's because it gives you so many creative opportunities. You've got a real variation of the colour tones here, but the quality of each gemstone is undeniable. Have a look at that beautiful schiller on the surface of the gemstone. That little shimmer, that little optical effect, which is going to win so many of your customers over. Or imagine if you are creating a gorgeous piece of jewellery as a gift. And I think when you're making jewellery to give to somebody as a present, birthstone jewellery is where it's at, isn't it? Because it really shows that you've put thought into the gift for somebody. $14.95, but we only have single figures of availability left in stock. We're down to the final 4 strands. So if you do want to get involved, don't forget you've got that 30-day money-back guarantee. You can always get this home, see it in the flesh, and make your final decision. It's some of the highest quality moonstone that we can source for you here at JewelleryMaker. It's flying out the door. We've got 2 strands remaining in stock at $14.95. We're going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. Try and find as many opportunities for you as possible this evening. Ooh. Okay, if you got the beautiful blues that we launched the show with, this for me is an add it to your order strand. Have a look at this for a combination. More blue pyrite, this time in more of a significant size and a more traditional jewellery cut, because these are your marquise shapes. So they range in size from 13x7 to 16x9. They're also checkerboard faceted on the surface. So you're really getting that play of light on the surface of the gemstone. If you already have opened your order thanks to the beautiful blues, oh, we only have a very limited amount. We haven't got a strand of this for everybody who got hold of the bundle. So if you are interested, start dialing that free phone number right now. Gorgeous sky blue base tone, but when the light is reflected off the surface of the gemstone, thanks to those facets, you get that real feeling of glamour and elegance, don't you? 100 carats in total. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number, because once again, we only have a limited number and we're about to offer you our first exclusive price reduction of the evening. Let's have a look at the current price. Already down at $9.95. Start dialing right now. We're about to give you the first deal of the evening. Every little helps with these price reductions. Down to $7.95. So if you want to take advantage of that deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Or alternatively, click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. Of course, if you do put it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Lots of people getting involved. Congratulations to Mary, Amanda, Hazel, Geraldine. Another Hazel. We've got one Hazel in Cornwall, one Hazel in Sussex. That's good, isn't it? There you go. So if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because you've only got 60 minutes to take advantage of this deal, at which point this is going to return to $9.95, which already represents the best value on the market. This is getting worse. This is getting worse and worse. I've got people texting in, and if you want to interact with us here on the show, don't hesitate, unless you're comparing me to overweight Disney characters. Some people texting in now saying I'm more like Baloo the bear. Who are these people? Oust them. Joan from Derbyshire. Thanks, Joan. What about Hercules? Somebody like that? No? Getting more laughter directed in my direction now. If you want to interact with The Late Show, then don't hesitate. Of course, we haven't got a designer this evening, so you are my designer. If you've got any hints or tips you want to share with our viewers, or of course, you just want to insult me, then you can text in to 60777. Just make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Otherwise, it will get lost in the ether somewhere. Or of course, if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, you can just click the message box and whatever you write will come straight through to producer Liam's screen. And yeah, less of this comparisons with characters who can be considered overweight in my opinion. Pumbaa and Baloo so far. Tigger, like it. You know the wonderful thing about Tigger? I'm the only one. Right, we're moving on to this beautiful blue sapphire. Oh, I've just jumped ahead because I fell in love with the Gems of Distinction strand. No, it's okay. You're the producer. I'll stop deciding what we're going to sell. Yeah, okay. We'll do that next. Have a look at these. This is absolutely exquisite. This is all about the cut, isn't it? Gorgeous chocolate brown tones. Faceted in a really interesting way. Because these have been cut into these triangular prisms, then they've been faceted afterwards. So the facets really follow the natural cleavage of the gemstone. They really enhance the look you're getting, don't they? Like the variation of colour tones as well, you've got some which are exhibiting more sort of cognac hues, and then others which are that deep chocolate brown that we'd probably traditionally associate with smoky quartz. Really, really popular gemstone with jewellery makers, and I think it's because of the colour tone mainly. It goes with virtually every other gemstone, and it sort of leads the creativity in many ways because you've got that earthy colour tone which is going to work with so many other gemstones, so many looks, any metal tone, so it'll go with silver, it'll go with your gold, your copper tones, your bronze. Looks fantastic in vintage designs, doesn't it? But with this particular strand, I can see this working in more contemporary designs because of that more unique cut that we don't see very often. These are top drilled, so they're actually going to hang really beautifully within your designs, which I think is important because the faceting is a key component of this strand. So the way these are actually set into your designs, I think you want a little bit of movement, really to maximise on the play of light that you're going to get from the faceting work. I mean, it's a very labour-intensive process to source jewellery quality smoky quartz, cut it into these really unique prism-like shapes, and then facet them in this way that is really enhancing the look of the gemstone. If you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number the second the code hits the screen tonight, because we are so busy. Lots of people already adding this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm afraid we only have a low stock availability. It proved to be very popular over the last few weeks on Jewellery Maker. Let's have a look at our price this evening for 70 carats of smoky quartz, $9.95. It's just not reflective of what you're getting here. Jewellery quality smoky quartz in these unique triangular prisms, faceted absolutely perfectly, and you've got that rich chocolate brown tone which so many jewellery makers love to incorporate into their designs. Gems of distinction quality smoky quartz, and all for under £10. If you want to add this to your order, act now to avoid disappointment, because it looks like this is approaching limited availability. 70 carats of smoky quartz for $9.95. Do your own research. You can see how this gemstone is growing in popularity with some of the bigger designers now as well, as they appreciate that beautiful base colour, those gorgeous chocolate browns. It's actually interesting on this strand because on some of the larger cuts, if you have a look at this, you've got that beautiful clarity, more of a, maybe like a cognac tone, I was thinking, which would lend itself to so many designs. And then on others, you've got this deep saturation of colour, that more chocolate brown tone, which is actually providing you almost with a bit of luster, that reflective quality as the light bounce off the surface facets on the gemstone. So if you want to add that to your order, it's available right now for $9.95, but we only have a limited stock availability. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. We're going to try and fit in as many add it to your order opportunities as we can this evening. Where did I get that from? Oh, 12. And then I jumped into this blue sapphire, didn't I? I'm just, I'm excited when I see one of the big four. That's what it is. And actually, I have to say, at the moment, of all the opportunities we bring you within the big four of emerald, ruby, diamonds and sapphires, I have to say the sapphires are of the highest quality currently. Although we did have a very good strand of rubies last night, but it had been classified as sapphires, hadn't it? That is because they come from the same family, known as the corundum family. And this has an almost Tanzanite blue feel to it. "18 carats of beautiful blue sapphire," and this is these sort of cashmere blues, the kind of tones that we'd associate traditionally with salon blue sapphires, really. Now these haven't actually been sourced from Sri Lanka, so I don't think they're salon blue sapphires, but they do have that very same colour tone. Now this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Now what that basically means is that generally it's been sourced by our Indian buying office. Now they're on the ground in Jaipur, the premier location for gemstone trading, ensuring that we're building up relationships with the miners and the traders there who can provide us with the best deals, the best value and the best quality. And when we're dealing with one of the big four, when we're trying to offer our clients or our friends and family sapphire jewellery, we want jewellery quality sapphire, and that's what you're getting here. Yes, they're delicate, dainty rondelles, but the faceting, and that, I actually think that the size of these gemstones really is going to feed into the design. You want it to be a subtle, elegant look from your blue sapphires. You can always supplement it with other gemstones to make them go that little bit further. I mean, I actually think, once again, the beautiful blues, 2-strand pack, would look fantastic with these blue sapphires. Maybe you want to keep it simple, just a few blue rondelles placed on a gorgeous sterling silver earring finding, and all of a sudden you're able to offer your clients sapphire jewellery, and the kind of sapphires which is the choice of princesses. Princess Diana famously requesting a salon blue sapphire in her engagement ring rather than a diamond. Absolutely beautiful. People already getting involved. That's the way to do it this evening here on The Late Show, because we're about to give you yet another exclusive price reduction. We pride ourselves here at JewelleryMaker on being able to provide you with the best possible value on the market for genuine gemstones. When I say that, I'm not just talking about price, I'm talking about the exclusivity of the gemstone itself, the quality of the gemstone, and of course the amount of work and effort that's gone in to creating these faceted gemstones. I mean, you can see here from the saturation of the colour and the uniformity of the faceting just what high quality gemstones you're getting here. Lots of people already getting involved. If you want to be part of this, don't forget you've got your 30-day money back guarantee, and we're about to provide you with an exclusive price reduction only available for the next 60 minutes, and this is the first ever price reduction on this strand of gemstones. Let's have a look at our current price, already at $39.95. That's what, roughly £2 a carat? For jewellery quality sapphires, that is out of this world, but we're about to give you an even better deal. We're taking it down. It's a huge saving this evening, down to $29.95. The man in charge of the prices, Liam Nevitt, providing you with this rather ridiculous price point for what you're getting. 18 carats of blue sapphire for $29.95. That is an absolutely unbelievable price point. And if you want to take advantage, start dialing that free phone number, just like Grace, Kathleen, Christine, Shan, Jacqueline, a new buyer, B, you're getting involved as well. $29.95 is only the price point for the next 60 minutes, at which point it's going to return to $39.95. I'm really happy at $39.95, to be honest, because I'm confident that we're still providing you with the best value on the market, because sapphires of this quality at that price probably just aren't available elsewhere. But of course, here at JewelleryMaker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and we have these kind of links with the mines and the traders, and we're able to source you the highest quality sapphire available and bring them to you at JewelleryMaker prices of $29.95. But we can only give you that price for 60 minutes. So if you are placing these in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because of course in 60 minutes time it's going to return to $39.95. Exquisite finish on these gemstones. This could be the strand that maybe elevates your jewellery into that next bracket. So you go from creating maybe homemade jewellery that people are admiring to creating handmade, bespoke jewellery designs, and all of a sudden you're starting to get those personal commissions. People are starting to say, can you create a piece of jewellery specifically for me? When that happens, you want to be able to have those recognisable and revered gemstones within your collection, don't you? Beautiful blue sapphires, and this is the colour tone people are looking for when they talk about sapphires. We only have single figures of availability remaining. We started with 24 in stock, and we're now down to the final 9 strands. So if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because this could be a sellout strand this evening at the reduced price of $29.95. Of course, if there are any remaining in stock at the end of the sale, you can still get involved, but in 59 minutes time, you're going to be paying $39.95. Maybe you're umming and ahhing, and you're sitting there thinking, I'd love to create a gorgeous piece of jewellery for Mother's Day, featuring gorgeous sapphires, but I'm just not 100%. Get it home at the reduced price of $29.95 and then make your decision. You've got 30 days to make your final decision. If you're not 100% satisfied with what you received, you can send it straight back, but I can't see too many people being disappointed when they see the quality of these sapphires in the flesh. $29.95 is the reduced price, but it's only available for the next 60 minutes. We're going to leave it on with you and we're going to move on. Trying to fit in as many deals as we can this evening, and this is becoming a bit of a theme of the opening hour of the show, our beautiful coated pyrite. Going in a completely different direction here. So far, we've seen the sky blue coatings. This time, we've got this gorgeous, what can only be described as chocolate wrapper purple. You all know what I'm talking about. Faceted coins, they're almost like little buttons, aren't they? And we were talking to Laura Binding about this cut on Friday night when she joined us as our expert designer. She's one of our wire work experts here at JewelleryMaker, and I posed the question, would they suit being set into cufflink designs? Absolutely, because they're almost like a little button shape. But she also said that she would use them as little spacers in between her feature gemstones, if you like, and I like that idea. We saw that on the design that we had for the opening bundle, didn't we? And the way that the pyrite was used as a little spacer. I think the reason that that works is because you get that metallic shimmer, but they don't steal focus from the more organic looking gemstones. Really impressive. And again, the other benefit of that is that it saves you having to invest in precious metals like gold and silver. You still get that metallic effect within your designs. Beautiful base tone here. Again, another very, very popular colour choice with many semi-precious gemstone buyers. Beautiful purples. This is almost an amethyst purple actually, isn't it? Sort of emulating the colour tone we'd see in Zambian amethyst. This, however, is your purple coated pyrite. Your puffy coins, and they range in size from 6 all the way up to 10 millimeters in size, giving you over 100 carats. And let's have a look at our add it to your order price this evening, $9.95. Highest possible quality pyrite we can find. Once again, we've sort of enhanced Mother Nature's handiwork here by giving it this beautiful purple coating. And it's very important that jewellery makers stock up on those blue and purple gemstones if you intend to sell your jewellery, particularly at craft fairs, for example, because obviously people there aren't going to have maybe the same depth of knowledge about gemstones. They won't necessarily be buying jewellery based on the inherent value of the gemstone. They might literally be looking at the aesthetic of the piece, so they'll be looking at the colour tones you've used and the kind of textures within the design. Well, that's where gemstones like this really add something to your designs, because you've got a different texture, because you've got that metallic finish, and you've got that really popular purple tone. It's available right now for $9.95. Another add it to your order price for genuine gemstones. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, or alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. And we're moving on. Another gemstone that's going to provide us with a few different looks depending on what we match it up with. These almost look like little strawberries actually, because the way they've been cut and faceted, don't you think? Perfect again for the summer months. They look really juicy, don't they? Very, very feminine as well, because they're classified as red colour quartz, but they have got a bit of a fuchsia tone to them actually. So again, it depends what you match them up with. I mean, these would be gorgeous along with those icy blues from that Chalcedony, wouldn't they? And that sort of plays on more of the bolder tones within the gemstone, more of the red colours coming through. But then, of course, if you were to match them up with maybe a pink gemstone, you're going to start to pick out more of those feminine fuchsia hues that you can see on this coated gemstone. So again, quite interesting because we have enhanced Mother Nature's work. She's done all the hard work, but then we've just tried to give it a slightly different look, just to allow you to be able to create individualistic pieces of jewellery. Something bespoke, something unique. That's what people are looking for when they're starting to either ask jewellery makers for a personal commission, or even if they're just browsing at a craft fair and they're thinking about investing in a handmade piece of jewellery. They want something that no one else owns, don't they? 13 by 8 mil in size in terms of these droplets, and you don't really need to use a great deal of these in the design for them to make a massive impact because of that almost lipstick red tone. Well over 100 carats here on this strand. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number to be at the front of the queue, because here comes your add it to your order price, $14.95, the highest possible quality we can source for you. You can see that we've obviously had to start with very, very large samples of this quartz in order to create these gorgeous cuts, because it looks to me like this is a very wasteful cut, in all honesty. But this is the kind of pear-shaped drop, or I think more of a strawberry-like shape. But maybe I'm just influenced by the colour. But in order to create this cut and facet them, it's quite a wasteful job for the labradorescence. They're available right now for $14.95, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, which represents the best possible quality we can source for you here at JewelleryMaker. If you want to add these to your order, take advantage right now by dialing that free phone number or clicking to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to have to leave that one with you because it is now time for our first star buy of the evening. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our first star buy of the evening. We're probably going to have a star buy every half an hour or so on the show, and it's our opportunity to bring you a bit of an exclusive deal, either the premiere launch of a new strand or an exclusive JewelleryMaker bundle. This is where we take a collection of gemstones or components, put them together to give you a wholesale price point, and that's exactly what we're about to do with one of the most familiar gemstones on the open market. And if you don't believe me, do your own research. You can go down the high street, have a look in the window of those jewellers and just see how heavily relied on amethyst is within their designs. Now I think if you do go to a high street jewellers, the amethyst that you're going to traditionally see is that regal tone of purple. That's what the colour tone most people associate with this gemstone. But amethyst actually comes in a variety of different colour tones, and here we've gone for the pastel shades, which I think's really apt for this time of year when people are starting to put together their spring collections and they want a little bit of freshness within the gemstones they're working with, but you still want to be able to provide your customers with a familiar gemstone, don't you? Or if you are making jewellery for somebody, you know, you don't necessarily want to use one of the more obscure gemstones. Yes, that's going to sort of enthuse somebody who has an interest in gemology, but somebody who's passionate about jewellery and fashion may want to stick with the more familiar gemstones, and that's understandable. But here, this sort of ticks both boxes, because maybe you get to introduce your friends and family or even your customers to an alternative variety of a familiar gemstone. So in many ways, this is ticking both boxes, and literally ticking both boxes because we've got 2 strands of amethyst together here. Your pastel shade from your Peridot, that's the alternative name for your green amethyst, and the gorgeous femininity from your lavender amethyst. So these, again, are very, very versatile, particularly because of the shapes you've got. Here you've got your irregular plain squares, which again would be fantastic spacers within the design, wouldn't they? They range in size from 3x1 to 5x2 mil, and that gorgeous lavender tone. So on some of the gemstones you're getting a bit more saturation of colour, and you're getting closer to those traditional purples. On other gemstones you've got that almost Tanzanite pink tone coming through. And then you've got your faceted, well, they're classified as rondelles, but they're a little bit broader. They're almost rounds. They're somewhere in between a rondelle and a round, actually. Again, faceted to perfection to really bring out the beautiful pastel shade that you get from Peridot. But again, very delicate, perfect for those elegant designs, maybe evening wear, for example. And actually these work really, really well together, don't they? Because you've got the pastel shades, they're really complementary. Nice maybe to offer your customers both alternative varieties of amethyst in one design. Maybe with, ooh, how about if you got hold of that deeper purple tone in the Pyrite? I think that looks really gorgeous. I'm sure you've already got lots of creative ideas yourself just looking at this double trouble deal. 2 strands of amethyst coming to you at a star buy clearance price. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. And I have to say, the green amethyst, great value on this strand because you're getting loads of gemstones. It's really, really long. Is it about 30 centimeters, 32 centimeters? Oh, it's classified at 30 centimeters, so a minimum of that length, but you're getting a lot of gemstones for your money there. Mainly because of the delicate cut, they're 3x2 mil in size, but if you're going to use them maybe as spacer beads to make your feature gemstones go that little bit further, this could be a fantastic investment. I can tell you now that both of these strands come from our Gems of Distinction range, yet the combined price on the star buy is going to be under £10. So if you fancy getting hold of these at $9.99, start dialing the free phone number right now. I doubt you'd be able to get this kind of carat weight of amethyst for less than £10 anywhere else. Let's have a look at our star buy price tonight. $7.95 for 2 strands of amethyst, one of the most recognisable and most familiar gemstones being used by jewellery designers these days. And right now you can get 2 strands for $7.95, and for me, the most seasonal varieties of this gemstone. Those beautiful pastel pinks and gorgeous greens coming through on these varieties of gemstones, and very familiar and unique cuts in your faceted rondelles, which I have to be honest are really approaching being rounds, and your plain squares. And I've seen these little plain squares being utilised brilliantly by our expert designers here on JewelleryMaker. Just 2 or 3 of these on a head pin fed onto a shepherd hook is going to provide you with a very wearable pair of amethyst earrings, or maybe a very sellable pair of amethyst earrings. So that means you could take, and you could do them in graduated size actually. You could take some of the smaller ones from the end of the strand, then you could pick one from the middle, one from the centre. You've got 3 amethysts there, and they'll graduate in size on your pair of earrings. That, for me, is a £5 pair of earrings. Who's going to turn down a pair of silver amethyst earrings for £5? Imagine the profit you could make, and maybe it's a little bit more of a struggle to sell, you know, a huge volume of items at a craft fair. There's nothing to stop you selling these online, for example. If you're already, you know, revolutionised the way you use the internet through your shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, go that one stage further. Set up a little account on one of those auction sites. £5 for a pair of amethyst earrings. I wouldn't be surprised to find out people are searching for the term amethyst earrings on those sites, to be quite honest. And if you're going to come up at, what, £5 for example, this is where you're going to make your money back. This is when you're going to start to elevate your hobby into a small business. And there couldn't be anything more rewarding than doing what you love and making money from it, surely. This is an absolute dream of a deal here. 2 strands of gems of distinction quality amethyst for $7.95. Lots of people can recognise the value that's being offered here, and that's why they're multi-buying this particular bundle. Congratulations to Kathleen, Michelle, Carol, Nicole. Those are just the multi-buyers. There's like 2 pages of names up there. How many of this bundle did we have to start with? We had exactly 100. There you go. And how many have we got left? Okay, so around only about half the stock's been allocated. That's fantastic. The more opportunities we can provide you with, the better. So if you're one of the lucky jewellery makers who's tuned in right now, then you can get hold of this deal for $7.95. I'll tell you what, these bundle deals this evening, you've surpassed yourself, Mr. Nevitt. I'm talking to my producer, of course. He's the man who puts all the clearance bundles together for the show, puts all the schedules together, and he even provides us with the price points. So he's the man to thank. $7.95, and actually we're saying 2 strands of amethyst, but it's more like 1. It's more like 2.5, really, because you're getting so many green amethysts on this strand. Absolutely fantastic. If you want to get involved, my advice is to start dialing that free phone number right now, because we're really approaching about 2/3 of the stock being allocated now. We still have opportunities available, so you don't need to feel pressured in any way. Of course, though, the deal is only available for the next 60 minutes. So if you want to add this to your order, if you want to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, or of course, maybe this could be your first order of the day, you can use your 30-day money-back guarantee to get this home at $7.95. It's fantastic. Fantastic value. The best value on the market for the best quality gemstones. 2 strands of amethyst for $7.95. Absolutely unheard of. I'm going to leave that one with you. That's less than £4 a strand for, I would say, one of the most popular gemstones on the market. We're going to continue though. Where are we moving on to, sorry? Oh yes, absolutely. Any excuse I get to get this strand of Labradorite in my hand, to be honest. This is coming up as our superstar buy at the end of the show. The quality is out of this world. It seems like every time we have a premiere strand of Labradorite, the quality is even better than the last. And the value we're able to offer you with this strand is out of this world. It's coming up in a couple of hours' time, about 10 to 9. So if you want to get involved with that, that's going to be our superstar buy. And coming up in about an hour, beautiful green apatite. And I have honestly never seen green apatite of this, with this depth of colour and of this quality. We'll talk a little bit more about this at around about 7 PM, but just to give you a quick heads up, it is a premiere launch. We only have a limited number, I'm afraid, and based on previous experience, I'm predicting that this could be a sellout this evening. Almost looks like chrome dioxide. It's coming up at 7 PM. We're going to move on though. We're going to fit in as many deals as we can this evening, and from one rather gorgeous strand of Labradorite to another here. Now, the strand we've got coming up as your superstar buy is really interesting because it's those polished rondelles. Perfect for traditional jewellery looks. How about if you want to create something a little bit more organic and you want to be able to present to your customers or your friends and family the fact that you are sourcing genuine gemstones? Well, for a start, if they don't know anything about gemology or gemstone jewellery, they might not even believe you, because this has such a mystical and magical feel to it, doesn't it, this Labradorite? And that's what makes it so popular with jewellery makers. Look at this optical effect. Sometimes I get a little bit concerned that because of all the lighting in the studio, we won't be able to show you this labradorescence in all its glory. But no such problems with this particular strand. For a start, the quality is absolutely out of this world. You can see that from the labradorescence, but also the interesting thing about this strand is the sort of organic nature of the faceting. They're described as step cut facets. Obviously the clue's in the title there. As they move across the table of the gemstone, they tend to graduate up in little steps. but actually that's a fantastic way to enhance the labradorescence that's already living within the gemstone. It's quite a simple scientific effect really. Basically what happens is the gemstone itself is created by layers of different elements which refract lights at different angles, and therefore the light sort of bounces around inside the gemstone and provides you with this play of colour, this labradorescence that you see here. But when we think about it as jewellery makers, we consider the way this is going to enhance our designs, don't we? When we think about it as a customer, we look at it and we're just enamoured by that natural effect, that mystical feeling that you get from gemstones. And I think it's the emotions that are evoked by a gemstone which makes them so popular. Labradorite has clearly won over a lot of customers for a lot of our jewellery makers out there because it was voted your favourite gemstone of the last 2 years. And I think the organic nature of these cuts, A, is going to feed into your designs, and B, is going to provide you with a bit of authority when you're selling your jewellery designs, because people are going to appreciate that you've sourced genuine gemstones of such a high quality that you can see that beautiful labradorescence. I mean, these, to be honest, I mean, that one there in the centre, how about a wirework ring? Just a simple wirework ring. Again, not a lot of work that's gone into it, not a lot of creativity, just a few simple designs that can be used as upsells when you're selling your jewellery. 45 carats of your step cut labradorite nuggets here in these beautiful irregular faceted shapes, and here comes your price this evening. If you want to add this to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Labradorite available for $9.95. Absolutely out of this world, and I'm getting those beautiful electric blues and violet tones, as well as your lime greens and golden tones. Absolutely unbelievable labradorescence from these organic cuts, and we're about to give you an exclusive price reduction. Currently available on our website for $9.95. We're taking them down to $7.95. They're only available at that price for the next 60 minutes, and we only have a limited number available. So if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. We have less than 20 strands left in stock, and this is going to be your best opportunity to add this labradorite to your order. $7.95. I mean, this is of such high quality that this is actually coming from our Gems of Distinction range. And actually, when you have a look at this, you can see that what's really happened, the reason we have these organic cuts, is that the lapidurist himself probably hasn't been given a specific brief with these. So we haven't got a uniformed look, we haven't got somebody trying to maximise on the carat weight. Instead, we've got these that have been cut for beauty rather than to maximise on the carat weight. They've followed the natural cleavage of the gemstones and then step cut faceted the surface to provide you with the maximum amount of labradorescence you can get from this gemstone. And then we come along on the Late Show and give you an exclusive price reduction, only available for the next 60 minutes. Congratulations to Pamela, Tina, Emma, a new buyer, Joy, you're there as well. As I say, we started with less than 20 strands available, and we've taken it down to $7.95. This could be another sellout this evening on the Late Show. If you want to get involved, start dialing the free phone number right now, because that is an add it to your order price for a Gems of Distinction strand of labradorite. It's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So congratulations to everybody who came through there on the phone lines and at JewelleryMaker.com. We're going to leave that one there. We're going to move on. Love these. Wow. Gorgeous Aquamarine. Now, we're actually looking at this month's birthstone. As I say, important to stock up on your birthstones, but to be honest, we know that blue gemstones are popular with anybody who's got an interest in jewellery, really. And have a look at these. We've just been talking about the organic nature of those faceted labradorites. Well, have a look at this. This is coming from our Collector's Choice range. Look at the size of that gemstone. Absolutely huge. They range in size from 13 by 7 to 25 by 8. These are the gemstone you need if you want to provide your designs with texture. I mean, they look like blocks of ice, don't they? They have that almost glacier feel to them. And that's actually added to by the colour tone. And actually, I mean, they almost look like they've sort of been badly broken off an icicle. It really feels like walking through a little winter wonderland, doesn't it? Because of the icy effect, particularly with the texture you've got from these gorgeous nuggets. I think, you know, again, if people are sort of investing in bespoke jewellery designs and they want to know that you've sourced genuine gemstones, it's these organic cuts which actually feed into that in many ways, because obviously the traditional cuts are much easier to achieve with a synthetic gemstone, but I don't think you could get a machine to create this kind of look, could you? This is all Mother Nature's handiwork. And actually, the beauty of working with these organic cuts is that you get to see the way the crystal formations have come to fruition. Absolutely feeds into your designs on two levels that way, because you get this organic textured finish, as well as being able to provide your customers with the real deal, the real McKay, genuine aquamarine, one of the premier stones from the beryl family. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. We have been very, very busy in the opening hour of the late show this evening, and we've already got interest for this strand. Congratulations to Val, Tina, Fiona, regular buyers who know the importance of getting straight on that free phone number the second you see something you like, because we only have a limited availability here on the late show. Let's have a look at our price for this collector's choice strand of aquamarine. $9.95. I mean, the carat weight alone is absolutely ridiculous. 240 carats. Again, I'm thinking about some of that free-flowing wire work that we saw from Laura Binding on Friday night to create a statement look, a statement ring. I mean, that set into, I really like the blue tones with the copper or the antique bronze wire myself. But can you imagine if you've already got some 1mm antique bronze wire, get this strand home, you create a statement ring featuring some of these huge nuggets of aquamarine. That's a £10 piece right there at any craft fair across the land. And I know that, you know, depending on what region you live in, can be dependent on what kind of price points you can achieve at your craft fairs. You know, I hear this a lot from our customers. I speak to lots of jewellery makers regularly on Facebook. People are saying, you know, some regions you're going to achieve higher price points than others. When you're getting this kind of value, when you're getting home these huge chunks of organic aquamarine for $9.95, even if you were to sell the ring itself at £3, you're going to make your money back off less, well, a quarter of the strand. $9.95 is all you're going to pay right now for this collector's choice strand of aquamarine. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. That is an add it to your order price for what you're getting. And we're going to move straight on to another Gems of Distinction strand. This time, the perfect colour tone for the spring and summer months. Daffodil yellow. And actually, I've been talking quite a lot over the last few shows about the combination of blues and yellows together. Have a look at that. That's really interesting actually, because then you get this sort of juxtaposition within your design from the heavily faceted traditional rounds and the really organic nuggets. I love that as a combination, aquamarine and chalcedony together. Now the interesting thing about chalcedony is that you do get this beautiful waxy luster from the gemstone, which once it's been faceted provides you with lots of sparkle. And as our regular buyer Emily said, you can't go wrong with a bit of sparkle. You've got over 100 carats here. These are 9mm rounds, so these would make rather a gorgeous feature gemstone within a macrame bracelet. The perfect size. 130 carats in total, and I actually think that I was privileged enough to launch this strand of chalcedony. It almost has like an inner glow about it, doesn't it? It's almost like a a neon-like effect, the same that you'd get from, say, neon apatite. And I was talking to one of our jewellery makers last Sunday, because I did the morning show last Sunday, so I was talking to some of our experienced guests, and they were saying that, you know, when you're taken out of your comfort zone, so maybe if you traditionally work with pastel shades, or you traditionally work with high-end rondelles, for example, when you take yourself out of that comfort zone and you actually force yourself to work with something that adds a little bit more of a dynamic edge to your designs, like these really bright colour tones, that's when you advance as a jewellery maker more than ever, because suddenly you've gone from creating homemade jewellery using gemstones you love to being a designer that can work to brief. Because if somebody suddenly says, I want a really summery, vibrant piece, and you think, oh, well, I only work with green apatite and ruby rondelles, then you're not necessarily going to be able to provide your clients with what they're looking for. But when you have more of a eclectic approach to working with gemstones, that's when you find a way to integrate these more unique gemstones into your designs. I mean, look at the way that is really glowing. That's going to provide you with all the vibrancy you need in your summer designs. I mean, it's a daffodil yellow, isn't it? A buttercup yellow. If you want to add this to your order, then start dialing that free phone number right now, and you can have 130 carats of yellow chalcedony heading to your door. $14.95 is the current price available on our website, but that's not the price tonight. Here on The Late Show, we want to give you as many exclusive price reductions as we can. And we're about to make this strand of genuine gemstones even more accessible, down to $9.95. We've just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket, faceted to perfection. I mean, can you imagine a gorgeous macrame bracelet with these beautiful 9mm rounds? I think you can get away with using more vibrancy of colour as well when you've got a different texture, a different component within the design. So if you, for example, you're working with the cords and you've got that really professional type finish using your braiding technique with your cords, you can get away with using more of these vibrant colour tones, these daffodil yellows, and it's just going to suit being set into some of those certain techniques. You know, some gemstones suit certain techniques. I see these 9mm chalcedonies being used within macrame bracelets. If you've got another creative idea in mind, then don't hesitate to share it with us here on The Late Show. You can text in at 60777. Just start your text with the phrase JM Studio, or of course, if you're logged in at JewelleryMaker.com and you've got an idea for how you're going to use these chalcedonies, then you can contact us using the message box on our website. $9.95 is the current price, but it's only available at that price point for the next 60 minutes. So if you want to get hold of the oldest material ever used by man, and you want that to feature in your jewellery designs, then dial that free phone number right now. We're going to move on, and we're going to give you another opportunity to own beautiful blue chalcedony. This time, you're going to get a really contemporary and dynamic feel, this time from the cut. Have a look at the way these sources have been faceted and the amount of glamour and sparkle you get from these. I imagine this is going to be very popular, especially if you got hold of the beautiful blues. Now, we offered this as a super saving double strander at the start of the show, and it has proved to be very, very popular. These sources, basically, they're part of the gang, aren't they? They need to be teamed up. So if you got hold of this bundle, then start dialing the free phone number right now, because I only have a limited number available on the faceted sources. Look at this. And actually, if you research current jewellery trends and you see the way jewellery designers are working at the moment, it's all about these dynamic edges. And that's what you get here, because not only have you got that sharp angle from the saucer shape itself, but they've actually faceted the outer edge of the gemstone as well. So if you've got a little bit of movement in your design, I mean, just look how much sparkle you've got there. And again, the coating providing you almost with a type of pearlescence. That's the way I describe it. Obviously, it's not a proper pearlescence, but it really is. It's almost like they've been diamond cut because of the way they They sparkle, and the way the light almost reflects off the outer edge of the gemstone, it looks so elegant. It's going to provide your designs with so much sophistication. And again, this particular variety of Chalcedony comes from our Gems of Distinction range, so the highest possible quality we can source for you. They range in size from 6x2 to 11x3mm, and I can tell you right now, congratulations to everybody who took my advice and started dialing the free phone number, because we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction. Let's have a look at our current price for this strand of Chalcedony, $12.95. That already represents the best possible value for the quality you're getting here from us here at JewelleryMaker. But we're not staying there. The man in charge of the prices, Mr. Liam Nevitt, is about to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P. He's going to put that back in your pocket, and actually, thanks to a little graphical error, another benefit to you, we're going to have to chip an extra £1 off, so we're going to go to $9.95. We've ended up at $8.95. That's your call to action this deal. Start dialing your free phone number right now, get involved. You can add a Gems of Distinction strand of blue Chalcedony to your order for $8.95. I mean, it should really have stayed at $12.95. We wanted to give everyone a deal, so we asked the system to crash it to $9.95. Unfortunately, didn't work. We've chipped an extra £1 off now. We're down to $8.95. That is an add it to your order price for Chalcedony of this quality. Absolutely out of this world. And just have a look at that beautiful treatment. I don't know whether the sort of pearlescent effect is coming across on screen. Do you know what? That's why we offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get this home. See it in the flesh. That's when you can make an informed decision about whether this suits your designs. This is just your call to action. So start dialing now, get it home, and then make your decision. $8.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave it on with you because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy, and on this occasion we are going to give you an exclusive clearance bundle. So that basically means that producer Liam has taken a collection of products together and bundled them into one discount code so that we can provide you with a saving and another appropriate name. Good work. Nighttime Forest. And when you see the colour tones, you'll understand exactly where he's coming from. It's a very dramatic look and a very traditional combination, actually, not just in jewellery but in fashion in general. Your blacks and your rich forest greens together. Have a look at this. These almost have a chrome diopside like finish to them, don't they? These beautiful green quartz. Have a look at that. These very versatile rondelles. We've already seen one example of how these can be incorporated into jewellery designs this evening. And again, another very versatile cut, very traditional cut. These beautiful rice beads, they're almost like 3D marquise cuts, if you like. And faceted to perfection. This spinel, I mean, look at the luster you're getting there. That's this reflective quality. You can see where the light is literally bouncing off the surface of the faceted gemstone. Gives you that look of elegance, doesn't it? That traditional feel that people expect to see in jewellery designs. We've actually got some more inspiration. Suzanne has actually been responsible for putting these designs together, and you can see how well the colour tones work together. And actually there's a little bit of inspiration in here, because if I was to work with black and green gemstones, I think I would set it into gold findings and use gold chain. Hold on 1 second. Stay on those earrings, because I'm going to run over to the other side of the studio and I'm going to grab a white bust, which is going to really allow these gemstones to come to life. Have a look at this. They're getting a little bit lost because of the depth of colour on the gemstones. They're getting a little bit lost against the black background. We'll put that to one side. There we go. Look at that now. Those blacks and green tones really working. You can see the way setting it into the gold with the gold plated findings. That's the way to really get the most out of these gemstones. That's just, that's just my opinion. You may like to work with these with silver, and I'm sure that would work as well, but I do think the gold tones, the yellow gold tones, work beautifully with these more dramatic combinations of these deep forest greens and these beautiful faceted spinels. And don't forget, I mean, black spinel more luster than a black diamond, and been mistaken for black diamonds on many occasions throughout the eras. And actually, you're less likely to scratch the surface of a black spinel than you are a black diamond. So a little bit tougher, shall we say, which is another interesting thing to consider, because when you're going to actually work with the gemstone, when it's not just set into a piece of jewellery you're wearing, you want a little bit of density, don't you? Because you want to be able to basically experiment with the gemstone and see different ways of incorporating them into your designs. Now, if you were to buy these 2 strands separately from our website any other time, they would cost you the best part of £17. £16.90 to be precise. But we are going to offer you an impressive saving tonight. We're going to save you the best part of £5. So if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Let's have a look at our star buy price for these huge faceted rice beads of spinel and these forest green quartz in those versatile rondelles, and they're available right now for $11.95. If you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number right now. And I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to do something really, really naughty. What's wrong? You don't know what I'm going to say. I was going to say, can you take that 5p off so that we're definitely saving everybody £5? There you go, you see? I shouldn't really say anything about the prices, that's all down to the producer. But I was just thinking we can definitely save people £5 if we go to $11.90, because it should be $16.90. Seems silly, but you know, I just want to be able to say that we've definitely saved everybody £5 now. There you go, so we've saved you £5. So if you've been thinking about getting hold of this green quartz, this beautiful black spinel, right now that's your best opportunity, and you can see how well the 2 strands work together. Generally, you'll know whether the producers put together a good combination of gemstones because the name of the bundle will be applicable. And nighttime forest, that's exactly the kind of scenery that I imagine when I look at these rich forest greens and these dramatic black tones. I mean, to be honest, both gemstones are pretty much essential colour tones to have in your collection, aren't they? These beautiful forest greens, Mother Nature's base tone, we know they're going to go with any other gemstone, and then you need to have those faceted black spinels. In fact, very rarely do I see black spinel of this size here at JewelleryMaker. That's actually quite rare. Gems of distinction quality of faceted black spinel, and it's available right now as part of a 2-strand pack for $11.90. Absolutely exquisite. I mean, how much would you normally pay for black spinel, that carat weight? I mean, elsewhere you can pay an absolute fortune. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now at $11.90, a £5 saving on your 2 strands here, and that will be available for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that star buy with you, and we're going to move on. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, yet more late show offers. Don't go away.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655. The fastest way to shop with JewelleryMaker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1p in P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. This is the Late Show. My name's Ed. Thank you for joining us this evening. And I'm going to give you a quick heads up on what we've got coming up later in the show. Superstar buy, the final sell of the weekend, will be this exquisite strand of Labradorite. These are beautiful plain rondelles. I love the polished finish that you've got here. And they're very, very broad in size, so they're going to make a real impact on your designs. This is coming up for you at 10 to 9 this evening as our superstar buy, and our superstar buys tend to be the most exclusive launch of the evening, and to be honest, basically they tend to be a sellout deal. So the second the code hits the screen for the Labradorite, start dialing if you want to add that to your order, because you might not have enough to go round, in all honesty. In less than 1 hour at 7 p.m, our first premiere launch of the evening will be this ridiculously beautiful green apatite. More of those beautiful forest greens, almost a bottle green tone there from your gorgeous apatite. We were excited last night to have the alternative variety, the neon apatite. Very, very popular, and I imagine this green apatite is going to be equally popular tonight. If you want to get involved with that, it's coming up at around about 5 to 7, so less than 1 hour's time. And at 6:30, so just 20 minutes to wait now, we are going to launch a jewellery making kit. So one of our kits, that's the concept the channel was originally launched on, and it's the best way to get started with the hobby and a perfect way to stock up on finding threading materials and gemstones. And I can tell you, we're going to be launching our jewellery kit at under £20. So it's not to be ignored. It's coming up in 20 minutes time. But before that, we've got pick of the week. So basically what we're going to do now is show you some of the most popular items from the last 7 to 10 days. Maybe you're at work during the day, maybe you've got other commitments that meant that you missed some of the morning shows or the designer inspiration shows this week. If that's the case, we're going to give you a second bite of the cherry for all of the most popular items. Where are we going to start? Whoa. How long is this strand? Give me that ruler. Yeah, okay. Just a little bit longer, but you know, 30 centimeters as a minimum, perfect. Now for me, this gemstone is the most appropriate of all the birthstones, because when I look at this gemstone, there's only 1 month that comes to mind, and that's gorgeous August. Think about sitting outside in a tropical location and pushing my lime into my bottle of beer. That's really where it comes from. This is the kind of colour tones you want to see, isn't it? That beautiful, vibrant green tone. And this is, you know, we were just talking about that green apatite. And look at that, and we see those rich sort of bottle green tones. The Peridot's not like that, is it? That's almost a fresh cut grass tone. Real feeling of vibrancy. Real zestiness. It has a citrus feel to it, doesn't it? It's almost like the lemon and lime in one colour tone. 75 carats of Peridot here. And actually, over the last few months, we've got better and better at getting hold of Peridot. Over the last 3 years, I'd actually say Peridot is one of the gemstones where maybe we've under-delivered a little in how many opportunities we've been able to bring to you. But as we expand as a business, as we grow, we're able to source not only these rarer gemstones, but also we're able to source some of the highest quality Peridot I've ever seen. And I don't mean here at JewelleryMaker. I've been selling jewellery for a long time. I used to be a producer on our sister channel, Gems TV, and I can tell you that the Peridot that I have sold in made-up jewellery, not just set in silver and set into gold as well, is pretty much of the same quality as we're able to offer you here. This is jewellery quality peridot. Just have a look at the faceted finish on these gemstones. A gemstone that has such brilliance and beautiful pleochrosm. Look at that. It's almost glowing, isn't it? With that lime green tone. And actually, one of the reasons that we found it difficult to bring you peridot over the last few months, or over the last few years I should say, sorry, is that it's a very, very competitive market. It's a very popular gemstone, not just with, you know, jewellery makers and high street jewellers, but with some of the biggest design houses in the world. They will incorporate these beautiful gemstones into their designs because they provide you with so much vibrancy, such a colourful gemstone, and again another very recognisable gemstone which will allow you to do your own research, and you'll be able to provide your customers with more price comparisons and more comparable prices. So when people are familiar with a gemstone, they're more likely to invest in your jewellery designs, and the quality of this peridot is exquisite. Now the rondelles themselves are faceted, so many surface facets, and that's what allows this beautiful colour tone to come through. Because of the clarity you've got with this particular sample, combined with the faceting and that light play, it just allows them to come to life and really sparkle away with that beautiful, vibrant green tone. They range in size from 4x2 to 6x3. We only have a limited number available because this was so popular on launch. You've got a lot of gemstones on this strand, I have to say. So more incredible value from us here at JewelleryMaker, and we're going to have to get that price on screen because this is so popular. $14.95, and you don't need a whole lot of peridot to make a massive impact on your jewellery designs thanks to that beautiful colour saturation, that gorgeous, vibrant green tone. I mean, this is the colour you associate with those summer months, isn't it? And with it being August birthstone, important to stock up on these beautiful gemstones. To be honest, I don't know how many chances we're going to bring within our peridot range. As I say, it's been one of those gemstones we've maybe struggled a little in terms of our sourcing. We always aim to bring you the most popular gemstones at the best possible prices, and for me, this is unbelievable value. We're talking about 20p a carat here. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. 15 times 5 is 75. 20p a carat on peridot. This is jewellery quality peridot. I've just done the maths and all of a sudden, this is pretty ridiculous. Where else could you get this kind of value, those kind of price points for this kind of carat weight? I mean, look how many gemstones you've got here. Look at that. This is going to go such a long way. I mean, even from this distance, you can see the way these are sparkling because of the facets and that beautiful colour tone. I mean, that's what this gemstone's all about, isn't it? Those lime green vibes. But it does depend what you match it up with. You could put it with pastel shades and you could allow this to be the star of the show, or of course you could team it up with other varieties of green gemstones. That might look fantastic. I mean, the peridot and the green apatite, they're really complementary because you've got almost that British racing green tone from the apatite, and then that gorgeous, summery, zesty lime green from your peridot. So if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Your second bite of the cherry on 75 carat peridot, and who knows whether this will be a sellout this evening. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Moving on now to beautiful pink quartz. Do you know what? Imagine those together. Wow. If you want to create a really colourful, vibrant look for the summer months, this is a fantastic combination. Have a look at these. And actually, the peridot rondelles would suddenly become the accent gemstone because these will be used as your spacer beads, because these rondelles are of such a significant size. They're really gorgeous together actually, aren't they? That hot pink tone and those zesty greens. These are twisted rondelles of pink quartz. They range in size from 8x6 to 11x8. Sorry? That's right, actually. Producer Liam giving us some creative inspiration there. He's saying that because of the zesty vibe that you get from the Peridot, it almost softens up that hot pink tone that you get from your quartz. So yeah, it's very, very good. This is the thing about jewellery making. Such an addictive hobby. You just can't help but start to come up with different design ideas when you're surrounded by these gorgeous gemstones. That's exactly how you're going to feel when this arrives at your door. The creative juices are going to start flowing. You're going to start to imagine what you can match this up with. Because of course, if you match it up with, say, amethyst, then all of a sudden that's going to tone it down. You're going to get beautiful warmth from those fuchsias and those beautiful purple tones. If you team it up with your green gemstones, then it's actually going to pick out the hot pink vibes, isn't it? So in many respects, the important thing with a gemstone is what you're going to match it up with. Particularly when you're considering the design process, you've got to think, do you want to go down the feminine route, that girly route, match it up with maybe some of your baby pinks, or do you want to go in a different direction, maybe team it up with something like this, Mother Nature's base tone, gorgeous emerald nuggets. They're coming up as part of a bundle together later in the show. But if you want to add this beautiful pink colour coated quartz to your order, then start dialing that free phone number right now. I love the polished finish that you've got here because you can see the amount of lapidary work that's gone into the gemstone to create this dynamic twist on that rondelle, but then you get a very high-end finish from the polished effect on the gemstones. Now this particular strand comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and we're about to give you the launch price this evening. $7.95. That was the launch price. We're honouring it tonight as we offer you your second bite of the cherry here on your pink coated quartz. These are so gorgeous, and to be honest, they're large enough to make a real impact on your design, but you don't have to use a great deal of the gemstone itself. I mean, just two of these in a pair of earrings would look fantastic. Very wearable, everyday pair of earrings. In fact, some of the large ones, they'd look gorgeous as charms. So you only need one gemstone within the design to make a real impact, and it's all because of that hot pink tone that you get from the quartz, combined with that dynamic twisted rondelle cut. $7.95. It's an add it to your order price for this particular strand of quartz. Proved to be very, very popular earlier in the week when it was launched. So if you want to take advantage of that launch price, if you missed the opportunity, then add that to your order right now for $7.95. We're going to leave that one there. Oh really? That's why I said to you just before the break, I don't think you could hear me. Sorry, I'm just talking to my producer. I said, how many have we got at number 14? I see. Why shouldn't we have this in the show? Yeah? Why aren't we allowed to sell Tanzanite? Oh, right, it's a premiere launch. There you go, it's not pick of the week. Well, it is going to be a pick of the week product, but only for you. If you're tuned in right now, you're about to get an absolute deal that we're not even sure we're supposed to have. But you know what? This is the way that we thank all of our loyal late show customers by providing you every now and then with an impromptu premiere launch, this time on 100 carats of Tanzanite. Now, we've been talking a little bit already in the show about the big four, which traditionally is emerald, rubies, diamonds and sapphires, but these days we are starting to talk about the big five, all thanks to this gemstone, gorgeous Tanzanite. Now, the reason this has been able to build up such a level of prestige in such a short time is mainly due to its popularity with big exclusive jewelers, such as Tiffany's, who exclusively sold this gemstone when it was first discovered in the late 1960s. They started a huge, I think it was about a 2-year marketing campaign to place Tanzanite alongside these revered gemstones, and they've pretty much done their job. They were helped, of course, by the fact that it's a one-location gemstone. So only available in one location, and that makes it such a rare find. Of course, we're also buoyed by the fact that it has this incredible colour tone. Beautiful violet tone from your Tanzanite. And actually, you're getting gorgeous pleochroism because from one angle you get these deep, rich violets and blues, but then when you tilt it back, you get that little pink hue, those more subtle, feminine vibes. The other interesting thing about the fact that this has built up such a huge reputation in such a small time is that there hasn't been time for sort of dubious trade links to build up, which you do see in other gemstone trading. So famously with sort of blood diamonds and things like that. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we're part of the Kimberley process. All of the gemstones we source are ethically mined for, but there aren't even dubious trade links available to get hold of Tanzanite because it was discovered so late, in the late 60s, early 70s, that about 95% of the people trading in Tanzanite and trying to get hold of this gemstone are already members of the ICA, so the Institute of Coloured Gemstone Association. So they're already part of, the intricate workings of the gemstone industry, and so the trade links are all above board. So you can be 100% certain that the Tanzanite that you're including in your designs has come through those viable trade links. I mean, the way we look at Tanzanite is really interesting because we actually do grade it by colour, which I think is an important thing to consider because we often do that as jewellery makers, but that's not the traditional way of grading a gemstone in the jewellery market. But that's exactly the way we grade and classify Tanzanite even within the jewellery market. And you can see here the colour grading system. So the most exquisite variety are a quadruple A Tanzanite. That's a very, very vivid violet blue tone, and it's very few and far between that we're going to find quadruple A's. I think I've only ever sold maybe two quadruple A's in my whole career. 6 years in the industry, I think I've sold 2 quadruple A Tanzanites, and we were expecting 4-figure sums for those pieces of Tanzanite. Then you've got Treble A, quite an intense violet purple tone, and I'm thinking this is close to that kind of colour saturation, wouldn't you? Maybe double A, somewhere in between a double A and a treble A. Now I'm not actually classifying this with those colour tones because this isn't jewellery quality Tanzanite. These are smaller nuggets. I'm just trying to give us an idea of the kind of colour saturation we've got here. But of course, always important to be able to incorporate those prestigious gemstones into your designs. It doesn't matter that you've got the organic varieties. I actually think that is going to feed into your creativity because it's going to provide you with a great deal of texture and of course it's going to show your customers that you're able to source the real deal. Nobody's going to mistake these beautiful Tanzanite nuggets for synthetic gemstones, are they? Going to realise that what they're getting. Now, I have to tell you that we're about to take 100 carats of Tanzanite to under £10. If you want to start getting involved, you need to dial that free phone number right now. We started with, 100 strands? But they're already flying out the door. A quarter of the stock's already been allocated. As you can imagine, it's a very, very popular gemstone. Because basically, if you're working with Tanzanite, you know that you're going to be able to sell your jewellery because it's one of those gemstones that people want to own. They want to have it in their collections. Any gemstone that's been exclusively sold by Tiffany's has built up a certain reputation. We've got a little bit of inspiration here, another idea. Now, it's a different gemstone, but it's just an idea of how you might incorporate the nuggets into your designs and still make a real impact. Because have a look at this. These have been fed into, and they're sort of forming sort of designer loops within the design, sort of a symmetrical look. But despite the fact that these have been used maybe at the focal points of the design, these are the real feature, aren't they? Because they're providing you with so much texture, those dynamic feeling, that organic feel that you get from our nuggets. And as I say, this isn't a 30 centimetre strand. I've been eulogising about our 30 centimetre strands this evening. This is 85 centimetres of gorgeous Tanzanite, and just look at that colour tone. Absolutely out of this world. Exactly what you're looking for when you consider working with this revered gemstone, one of the big five. Now, the opportunity to bring you Tanzanite, again, have grown over the last few years. As our buying power has increased, we've been able to bring you some of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, and we've even seen jewellery quality Tanzanite being brought to you on screen here at JewelleryMaker. But these are your organic varieties, and as a result, we're able to give you one of the most affordable prices I've ever seen for Tanzanite on the channel. It is going to go under £10. This is an exclusive launch price, but for my money, this could be a sellout tonight. Let's get our price on screen. $7.95 for 100 carats of Tanzanite. Absolutely unheard of. And to be honest, I hope they're not watching next door on Gems TV or Rocks TV, because they're going to be saying, why on earth have they got 100 carats of Tanzanite over there on JewelleryMaker? Especially when, to me, this is going to take your jewellery designs in a new direction. You're going to be able to provide your customers with that organic, natural feel from the cut, but you've still got the colour tone that you associate with Tanzanite. This is still a beautiful variety of one of the most revered gemstones on the planet. It's available right now for the add it to your order price of $7.95. You've already got a P&P up and running. If you've been inspired by Fiona or Hannah this afternoon, then you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. You paid your $2.95. You've got to get hold of 100 carats of Tanzanite for $7.95. Absolutely out of this world. We've already gone global with this deal. We're sending strands of this to the US. Better value from us here at JewelleryMaker than people can source over the pond. That's what we like to see. We pride ourselves on being able to not only provide you with the best value on the market, but the rarest gemstones. And we have got 100 carats of Tanzanite here in nugget form, available right now for $7.95, and that means that you're getting a whole lot of Tanzanite for your money. The nuggets themselves range in size from 2x1mm to 3x1mm. I can tell you now, around about half the stock has been allocated. So if you want to get involved, you need to start dialing that free phone number right now. A pick of the week opportunity, a premiere launch, 100 carats of Tanzanite available right now for $7.95. That is out of this world. And if you're watching and you've got maybe a friend who's a jewellery maker who you think, oh, maybe they're not tuned in, give them a call right now. Let them know what we're doing. We're launching Tanzanite for $7.95. Alternatively, you can buy as many strands as you like while we've got stock available. You can add one of these to your order. You're going to be their best friend forever then, aren't you? If you get hold of Tanzanite at this kind of price and you say, oh, in fact, what you could do is buy it for them and say, oh, just call it a tenner. No, don't be ripping your friends off. 100 carats of Tanzanite. That's what Glenn does when he offers me something. So, do you want a cake? I say, yeah. He's like, yeah, well, quid then. No, I'm joking. $7.95 for 100 carats of Tanzanite. I'm just getting excitable because I've got one of the most prestigious gemstones in the world in my hand, and I'm able to bring it to you at less than £10. Lots of people multi-buying this now. Well done to Grace, Belinda, Abigail. A couple of gents coming in as well. I'll tell you what, if you are thinking about putting together a beautiful piece of Mother's Day jewellery, imagine being able to provide your mum with some Tanzanite jewellery. Yeah, you don't really have to do anything either. In fact, look at this. I'm not going to put it over my hand because I'll probably snap the strand, but if you've got a slender feminine wrist, look at this. You don't actually have to do any work, and you can wear Tanzanite every single day. A 4-strand cuff bracelet. I mean, you probably want to maybe add a little sterling silver slider clasp, something like that for a bangle. Absolutely exquisite. So many people multi-buying this strand now. Congratulations to Margaret, Susan, Grace, Michelle, Abigail, a new buyer, an anonymous buyer. They're just my multi-buyers. People taking 2s and 3s of this. $7.95 for 100 carats Tanzanite. I am going to have to leave that one with you. It will be available on the website until the stock runs out. And I think we've got around about 20, 30 strands left. So not too urgent, but of course that could be a sellout today. It will be available on the website. 100 carats of Tanzanite nuggets available right now for $7.95. And if you are a little bit intimidated by working with the organic nuggets, have a look at our website, because for $4.95 you could add the Chips and Nuggets DVD to your order. That's been put together by our expert Mark Smith, and he's one of those jewellery makers that I admire, because if he's not sure how to use something, then he challenges himself. He works with it and develops designs that allow him to incorporate chips and nuggets into his designs. Now he is our chips and nuggets expert. So that's the way to work as a hobbyist. If you're not sure of how to use something, then start experimenting, because I'm pretty sure you'd find it very, very difficult to create a bad design using these gorgeous Tanzanites. One last look, because this is a very, very exclusive deal. 100 carats of Tanzanite available right now for $7.95, and it looks to me like we are now approaching limited availability. My apologies, we are approaching limited availability, so if you do want to add that to your order, it's available right now while stocks last for $7.95, but for how long? I'm going to leave that one there, and we're going to move on, because it is now time for a start buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another exciting opportunity, this time one of our jewellery making kits as a star buy. Now, traditionally, our jewellery making kits have been designed to help people get started with the hobby. This is the concept which helped us to launch the channel. So the idea is that you get everything you need to create a set of jewellery and to start out as a jewellery maker, but they're so comprehensive that they're popular with beginners and experienced jewellery makers, and this is going to be no exception. Now, we've actually added a few extras into this kit, which is something you'll traditionally see on the morning show, because that's sort of what the morning show is based around, the jewellery kit concept. Now, on our morning shows, we're joined by one of our expert guest designers, and they're actually sent the kits in advance, and they will create sets of jewellery, and they'll give you a little bit of a demonstration on how to create one of those pieces each morning. But we do tend to create these in consultation with our designers, and they might ask for a few extra bits and pieces. Sometimes that makes them more comprehensive and it makes them go a little bit further, but you know, the price points are reflective of that. Here, this is the perfect kit for any jewellery making beginner. So maybe you know somebody who's been watching the channel for some time, they're thinking about getting started with the hobby, but they haven't quite taken the plunge yet. I'm thinking of all the mums out there. This could be the perfect gift. Have a look at everything you're going to get. I'll take you through the gemstones first. I know most people like to make their decision based on the gemstones. Lovely combination here. Rich amethyst purple tone from these large, are these 10 mil? 11 mil, so slightly lighter, of your purple coloured quartz, giving you over 300 carats. Then you've got over 100 carats of beautiful howlite rounds. I love the way those purples and whites work together. Really interesting on your howlite, because you've got this webbing. It's actually known as the matrix, placed on the surface of the gemstone. It's this beautiful silver banding, which just breaks up the gemstone, almost provides you with quite an interesting monochrome effect, doesn't it? So that's your howlite and your purple quartz, and then the strand everyone's going to be interested in for my money, 149 carats of Labradorite nuggets, another huge strand here, probably twice the length of a traditional strand here at Jewellery Maker, so you're getting a lot of gemstones there. Actually, this could be a little bit of an interesting concept, but how about working with two of our favourite gemstones together in nugget form? Wow. The second I put the Tanzanite alongside the Labradorite, all of a sudden I start to see lots of beautiful purple and blue labradorescence. Wow. I love that as a combination, because as well, you're going to pick out the violet tones from the purple quartz as well. It's a little bit difficult in our studio lighting to really appreciate the colour tones that you're getting there, but for my money, if you've got hold of this strand, these are the perfect accompaniment. That was our sort of impromptu premiere launch that we just did on the Tanzanite, but you've got the same idea with the Labradorite, and actually I think it's Labradorite or grey agate that's been used in this design, but very similar look, and you can see the way you can make a real feature of the nuggets and that natural organic texture that you get from these rough cut nuggets. Look at that, they really are providing you with a massive impact and a real design feature within your designs. I love the combination here of Labradorite with those chocolate box purples, and just to soften it up, the beautiful howlite, because they've got those little silver tones which are picked out in the Labradorite and really enhance the base tone of that purple gemstone. But as I say, with our jewellery kits, you get everything you need to get started with the hobby. They're the perfect way to stock up on gemstones, findings and threading materials, and on this kit we've gone a little bit further with the threading materials. You've got your traditional ones, you've got your 50 metres of beading thread, 6 metres of elastic and 80 metres of monofilament. But on top of that, we've also provided you with this gorgeous cord, and is this the suedette cord as well? Very, very popular. So you've got your bronze, your chocolate brown and your silver suedette cord. So these are your flat ones, aren't they? Yeah, I've seen these being used on the show, so they're really, really versatile. Perfect for so many different threading techniques, whether it be Macrame, Kumihimo, soutache even. I've seen, I think, people using this within their soutache designs as well, and very, very popular colour tones. Actually, this one here, if you look closely, it's got sort of a little golden shimmer to it. Can we see that? Almost like a glittery effect. It's metallic bronze suedette, and then you've got the chocolate brown and the silver, and they've all got this little metallic shimmer to the surface of them. I love that. That's really going to enhance the look of your braided designs or your soutache designs. And on this kit, we're also providing you with something that always gets me excited, 115 piece of silver plated copper. Now the reason I say that is that I originally was the sales manager of the channel here at JewelleryMaker, and when we first started we were only able to provide you with one finding pack, and that featured 25 pieces of sterling silver. Now, you know, that's perfect to get started, but once your hobby starts to snowball, once you start to make jewellery designs for others, you need to have a huge collection of findings, and this is everything you're going to get in this kit. A metre of chain, you've got your head pins in 3 different forms. So you've got your ball head pins, your flat head pins, and those really fine, versatile head pins that we found last night would go through those really dainty little pearls, didn't we? And it'll be perfect with your nuggets as well in this kit. You've got your jump rings, your crimp bead covers, your ribbon cord endings, your shepherd hooks, and your fancy earring findings, as well as your toggle clasp and your fancy matte finish slider toggle clasp. So 115 pieces in total of silver plated copper findings, perfect for jewellery makers who are starting to expand their collection. So there's all your findings. You've got these extra threading materials, the metallic suedette cords in your 3 different varieties, sort of bronze, silver, and, well, I think it's a chocolate brown, but maybe could be a bit more golden tone as well because of the metallic finish. And then you've got your gemstones, the double strand, or, you know, twice the length of a traditional strand, my apologies, of Labradorite nuggets. You've got your howlite rounds and your 11mm faceted purple quartz. Well, so much stuff here, I can't fit it all in. Here we go. And if you were to buy all of this separately from our website, it would cost you over £30, £31.20. But that's not going to be your price point this evening. As I said, we're desperate to make jewellery making as a hobby as accessible as possible, and this is going to come to you at a start buy price. We're about to take this under £20, not a traditional price for our jewellery kits, so don't go tuning into the morning show expecting to see this price point. Of course, if you do, then it's a real treat. But here on the late show, because we don't have a designer, we're trying to make the jewellery kit concept a little bit more accessible, so we're launching for under £20 this evening at $19.95. Now, it's the perfect gift for any jewellery maker, I would say, because these are very popular colour tones in the gemstones themselves. You've got all of those findings, 115 pieces in total. Really interesting because you've got the malleable copper as your base metal, but you've still got that high-end silver finish, And then you've got your additional threading materials. As well as your essential threading materials, you've also got those very popular metallic suede cords. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. This has proved to be very, very popular star buy item. And if you're brand new to the channel, if you've never shopped with us before and you're finally taking the plunge, you're saying, you know what, this jewellery making's for me, I'm going to make a go of it, then do not hesitate to get involved, because if it is your first purchase, we're not going to leave you high and dry. We're also going to provide you with your getting started DVD and booklet, which contains all of the basic techniques you'll need to get started. And I can see lots of new buyers coming through all of a sudden. How about this? If you're watching, you think that is a great kit, I'm not quite sure I'm going to part with £20, but I'd love to see that DVD and see how achievable these techniques are. Dial the free phone number right now, speak to a member of our help team, we'll send you one out anyway. Can't say fairer than that, you don't even need to make a purchase. Now this has proved to be very, very popular. Around about half the stock's been allocated. But that man in there, Mr. Liam Nevitt, he says he wants more people starting jewellery making as a hobby. He's going to give you a little bit of an extra saving, down to £17.95. Don't forget, this should be over £30. All of these items, you can buy them separately. Right now, add them to your order for £17.95. Absolutely unrivaled pricing on our jewellery making kits. If you want to get hold of this, this is the original concept for all you jewellery makers out there. Everything you need to get started with the hobby and then some, because you've got those additional threading materials. So maybe you just want to get hold of some of these gemstones and the cord to do some braiding techniques. You don't have to try the beading techniques. You don't have to go down the road of one of our more expansive disciplines. You can keep it as simple as you like. You're still going to be able to create gorgeous wearable jewellery with the basic beading techniques, aren't you? I think for some people, they have no concept of integrating polymer clay or silver clay. They just love working with genuine gemstones and findings. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's the traditional jewellery looks that most people are going for, isn't it? £17.95 for effectively 4 strands of gemstones, only because this is twice the length of a traditional strand. Really, you've got 3 strands in your Labradorite, your purple quartz and your howlite. It's available right now at £17.95, but it's only available at that price for 60 minutes. If you want to get involved, start dialing our free phone number. If you have added it to your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. That has been our star buy opportunity. So congratulations to everybody who got involved. We're going to continue with Pick of the Week, but don't forget, coming up in just 10 minutes time, the premiere launch of this strand of green apatite. Absolutely exquisite. The colour tone, the faceted finish, and the fact that this is one of the rarest varieties of apatite available, and jewellery quality to boot. It's coming up in about 10 minutes time as our next star buy, so not long to wait at all. We're going to continue with Pick of the Week opportunities. Where are we going to? Oh wow. Picker. I know what this is and I'm excited. I think I launched this last Sunday. Pick of the Week items. Right, this is the ultimate Pick of the Week item. Basically, I launched this last Sunday morning. Our Sunday shows are probably our busiest shows because we've got the experience going on and everyone's eating cake. And so we reserve some of our more popular launches for our Sunday morning shows. That's just a given, isn't it? And last Sunday morning, I was privileged enough to launch this concept, and it's one of the things that excites me about Jewellery Maker as a channel, because it's our aim here at Jewellery Maker to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. Of course, as with any business, sometimes we might not have the exact item you need, and you know, we work tirelessly to ensure we always have the most popular items. Our buying team work non-stop, and we've got buying offices all over the world. Of course, you know, every now and then we're not going to have everything people want, but the key is to take advantage of any trade show offers we bring you. So anytime we present you with a wholesale opportunity, start getting involved. Last Sunday morning, everyone did get involved. They left us with 28 available of this mega findings pack. Now this is all of your most essential items in your handy little storage containers, all for one price. Very, very comprehensive feeling here because you've got all the most popular findings in one collection. You've got lengths of chain, and from memory I think you get 3 lengths of chain. Let me just check that. My understanding, doing it from memory, so I think you get 1 meter length of chain, 2 meter lengths of chain, 3 meter lengths of chain. See, they're all saying that I'm getting old, but my memory, right there, I've managed to remember that for a whole week. 3 meters of chain in your meter lengths, but of course you can cut these down. You're going to make that go an awfully long way. So you've got 3 meter lengths of chain, and the loops on those chain, the little links, are 3 by 2 mil, just to give you an idea. Then you've got all these jump rings. Look at all those, an essential item. Well, I should get hold of that for my chainmail work really, but you've got 200 silver plated copper jump rings there. They're 5 mil in size. Then you've got your shepherd hooks. Now this is the most simple way to make wearable jewellery, isn't it? You've got 60 silver plated copper shepherd hooks there. So 30 pairs in total. And then you've got, well, 2,100 silver plated copper round beads. Now they're 2 mil in size. They're the perfect spacers, aren't they? You've got that high end silver finish, but you've actually got a base metal there, so it's really important to stock up on these items. That's what's going to help your revered genuine gemstones go that little bit further. Then you've got your toggle clasps, and you've actually got 30 silver plated toggle clasps there, and the toggle itself is 19 mil, the loop is 8 mil, and you've got 8 ribbon cord endings. I know how popular these are, particularly with all you macrame artists, people who have been creating braided bracelets. This is the way to give your designs that really professional finish, which I think is what we want to be able to offer our customers, isn't it? I remember somebody contacting me on New Year's Eve via Facebook to tell me that they had, between her and her mother, she had 100 different macrame bracelets, and all she was waiting for was the opportunity to add ribbon cord endings to her order. So if you want to get hold of this, it's one of the most comprehensive findings packs, mainly because it contains all of the most popular items we sell. As I say, I think this was one of the highest quantity items last Sunday morning. I've left us with 28 in stock. So if you do want to get hold of this item, then you need to start dialing this free phone number right now. 2,400 pieces of silver plated copper in these. Really, look at that. Look how comprehensive that findings collection is. You never, well, depending on how much jewellery you're creating, that's going to last you a long time. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes the price point for this huge collection of findings this evening. $25.95. Now that was the launch price. That was the price we gave you last Sunday morning. I think they might have featured one other time in the last week. I think Lucy might have brought you, but anyway, all I know is we only have 28 left in stock, and they're already flying out the door. Congratulations to Jacqueline, Mary, Liz, Lily, Louise, all the L's there, and Lynn. Liz, Lily, Louise and Lynn. Jill, Angela, Mary, new buyers coming through as well. Gaynor, Sandra, you're there as well. We are already approaching limited stock availability on this item. This is a pick of the week item. So one of the most popular launches of the week. And to be honest, once again, it's all relative, isn't it? You know, when we're talking about 2,400 pieces of $25.95, we're talking about what? 1.1p per finding. Just over a penny a finding. Any good for you? Silver plated copper findings. And the reason that, you know, an item like this really excites me is because my experience as a manager on the channel was that we did want to be able to provide you with these wholesale opportunities. We wanted to be able to say, we've got what you need if you're a crafter, if you're a jewellery maker. And I think when we're providing you with deals like this, we can be confident that we are becoming a wholesaler. We're helping jewellery makers out there maybe elevate their hobby into a small business by providing them with a trade show style offer. $25.95. I've only got 11 remaining, 10, 9 now. We're down into single figures of availability. If you want to get hold of one of these, it's available right now for $25.95. You can get it home. To be honest, you don't have to decide right now. Just because we're becoming a little bit limited in stock availability doesn't mean that your money back guarantee is shortened in any way. You've still got 30 days to make the final decision. Get it home. That's when you can make an informed decision. I'm going to have to leave that one with you. Very, very popular item over the last 7 days, and it looks like it could be a sellout item tonight. So congratulations to everybody coming through on the phone lines. We do still have 7 or 8 left in stock, so if you want to get hold of that, then dial our free phone number and speak to a member of our award-winning help team. We're going to move on though. We've got a lot to fit in before the premiere launch of that green apatite, and we're going to offer you now this beautiful crackled blue quartz. We've had lots of people taking advantage of the deals we've been offering on our blue gemstones tonight. We know how popular they are. Have a look at this. The perfect offering for jewellery makers. Now, when you consider a gemstone as, you know, a finished piece within a piece of jewellery, if you are a traditional jeweller, you're looking for clarity. That's the bottom line. You're looking for an exquisite cut and perfect clarity. But as a jewellery maker, we've got a little bit more scope, haven't we? We can look at some of these more alternative gemstones, and we can even put these inclusions into the gemstones ourselves in order to provide our customers with a unique finish and a textured feel. A piece of jewellery that has personality, that has character. That's what we're looking for. I mean, last week I was doing a show with the very popular Karen Crawford, and she was saying that any outfit should really be based around the jewellery you're wearing, not the clothes. You shouldn't match your piece of jewellery to your ensemble. Your ensemble should fit in with your jewellery. 150 carats of blue quartz here, and these are have that crackled effect to them. Beautiful sky blues, icy blues there as well. 10 by 8 mil drops here, and they're top drill drops again, so very easy to incorporate into our design. We heard from Laura on Friday night, who was saying this is her most popular cut because she gets the most out of it. It's the easiest cut to incorporate into her kind of designs. She was talking about the faceted briolette. I think you get a little bit more from the polished drops on this particular gemstone because it allows the crackled texture from within to do its job, to provide you with texture and character and personality. If it had been faceted as well, that would detract from this crackled effect, wouldn't it? These are 10 by 8 mil in size, beautiful sky blue tones, and here comes your price this evening for 150 carats, $7.95. It's another add it to your order price. If you've already got an order up and running today, which we know many of you have, then this is an add it to your order price, $7.95. Not to be ignored, and it has been one of the most popular items of the week. So maybe you missed out on it. This is your opportunity to add it to your order. I've got another very popular item here, and did I launch this as well? I thought so. I remember it. See, I've told you, I'm well pleased when I can remember something for 7 days. This is your blue coloured Chalcedony. If you got hold of the bundle that launched the show this evening, this is a must-have item for me. Your blue coloured Chalcedony in your... Again, these have been classified as rondelles, but they're somewhere in between a round and a rondelle, really. You can see there, they're approaching being rounds. They range in size from 3 by 1 to 4 by 3. And it's a huge length on the strand. Now, I think when we first launched, all of our strands were traditionally sort of 26 centimetres. Look at this, it says 34. I know that I'm going to be disappointed when I'm proved wrong here. Oh, my ruler's down here. I'm back. Let's have a look at this. Hold on. It's 30. No, actually. Yeah. Well, 36 on this particular strand doesn't really matter, does it? But you know what, 34 centimetres is a minimum. Look how many gemstones you're going to get, because they're these delicate, faceted little rounds. Sky blues, icy blues, once again, very, very popular look. But again, you've got that waxy luster from your Chalcedony that allows the light to play on the surface of these facets, giving you that glamour, that sophistication from what is essentially going to be used as maybe a spacer within your designs. There you go, look at that. You can see that waxy luster combining with those facets to give you that glamour, that elegance. These are perfect for evening wear, really, I think. Maybe if you've got a summer ball, for example. You know, prom season's coming up, isn't it? I hate to use that word. It was always balls when I was at school, but anyway. We're all Americanized these days, so proms are what we refer to as in the UK as well now. So, you know, if you're looking for maybe a tiara or a gorgeous necklace to go along with your prom dress, this could be the gemstone for those pieces, couldn't it? Let's have a look at the price that this is available at on our website, $9.95. I can tell you that we're about to give you an exclusive late show price reduction, but it's only available for the next 60 minutes. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. If you've already got a P&P up and running, then it's risk-free really, isn't it? Because at $6.95, we're handing you back the equivalent of your P&P on this strand. You can get it home, have a look at it in the flesh, see just how many gemstones you're going to get here, really experience that beautiful, sparkly finish that you get from the gemstone. And if you're not 100% satisfied, you can send it straight back. But I can't see too many people being disappointed when they see the amount of gemstones they're getting here for $6.95. And this is one of the key components that lots of jewellery makers are considering when they're deciding what gemstones to invest in. Value. How much do I get for my money? And I can understand that. Whether it's something you consider as a hobby and you think, well, you know, do I really want to part with, you know, $6.95 for 4 gemstones? Maybe not, but $6.95 for this many gemstones, that's when you're maximizing on the value. That's when you're elevating the amount of value you're getting into your hobby. However, let's consider jewellery makers who have managed to expand that hobby into a small business. People who are already taking advantage of their skills, the techniques they've picked up, and the amazing value that they're getting from Jewellery Maker in order to make a small profit. And, you know, that's really exciting, I think, because, you know, I'm actually privileged in that I get to do what I love for a living. And I share that with lots of jewellery makers out there because they get to sell their jewellery designs and make a small profit. You know, I know how good that feeling is. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, this has to represent the best value on the market. $6.95 for 45 carats of beautiful faceted blue Chalcedony. It's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So my advice, get it home, fall in love with it for yourself, and then start to create amazing jewellery designs. And make sure that you send them into the Wall of Fame because I want to see them. Right, I'm going to have to leave that one there because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another Star Buy, and I'm very excited because on this occasion it's my opportunity to launch a premiere strand, and it's a gemstone that I've never brought you before in this quality and this saturation of colour, and I can bring it to you this evening with an exclusive launch price. Now, regular buyers will be aware of our Gems of Distinction range, and they'll already recognise that this has to be part of that range because it is of such high quality. The colour saturation, the cut, the faceting, everything about this gemstone strand is absolutely perfect. Now, when we consider working with green gemstones, I know that in the past even some of our experts here have had their reservations, but in time we've come to realise that green is Mother Nature's base tone. She starts the design for every flower with a green stem and a green leaf before she decides what colour the petals are going to be. So we know that this gemstone is going to go with any other colour tone. So even if you want to match it up with maybe your Tanzanite nuggets, and you're going to start to pick out certain colour tones and get a certain look, or of course you could match it up with some really bright, vibrant tones, and all of a sudden it's going to enhance the look of that gemstone. So we know how versatile green gemstones are. Now, traditionally, when we think of apatite, we think of those bright blue tones, such as the neon apatite we had last night. But again, the opportunity to introduce our clients and our friends and family to alternative varieties of gemstones is a really exciting idea, isn't it? Because maybe people will have heard of apatite, but if you've got a hunger for gemstones, then this is the gemstone for you. Beautiful apatite. And traditionally, when we look at a gemstone that displays this kind of colour tone, we would be looking at one of two elements. Basically, while apatite's forming, one of two elements is going to have come into play in order to provide this deep, rich green tone. Generally either chromium or vanadium. And think on your apatite that it's vanadium. The reason we can tell is because chrome dioxide has more of those rich sort of grass greens or forest greens. This has more of a bottle green tone to it, and I think it's really interesting. It almost has a feel of like Murano glass about it or something like that. You know, those beautiful coloured glass tones. That's what we're getting from this beautiful apatite. And as I say, I've never ever seen green apatite that provides you with this rich green tone. Maybe seen a few examples that have that lagoon green. Have a look at that. Now, the other thing which really identifies the quality of this apatite is the cut and the faceting. These beautiful little delicate rondelles which work in so many different designs. Again, that's something that many jewellery designers might have had reservations about in the past, like how am I going to integrate these rondelles into my designs, but now thanks to the inspiration that's been provided by our experts, everybody loves to work with these gorgeous rondelles. And this is the kind of cut that's going to elevate your designs onto that next level, that's going to show people what kind of level you're working on. It's going to provide that professional finish to your jewellery designs, combined with that rich green alternative colour tone for your apatite. 30 carats in total, and the rondelles range in size from 3x2 to 5x3. We are going to be able to provide you with a launch price this evening for this premier strand of gorgeous apatite, and here comes our price this evening. $11.95. This is a Gems of Distinction strand of apatite. That basically means that this is the highest possible quality we can source for you, and it's been sourced for you by our Indian buying office in Jaipur. And to be honest, the opportunities to bring you green apatite are few and far between. I think maybe I've seen one strand previously, and it was more of a lagoon green, certainly not this rich bottle green tone that we see here from this apatite. And I'm really excited by the idea that you could introduce your customers to alternative varieties of gemstones. You know, people will be aware of apatite, but they may be associate that neon apatite or those sky blue tones. How often are you going to get to bring green apatite to your customers? And I can tell you right now, we're about to give you another exclusive price reduction. Now, this is something really exciting. This is a premiere price. It will only be available for 60 minutes. So if you're lucky enough to be watching right now, not only have you got the first bite at the cherry in terms of this strand, but you're going to get an exclusive price as well. Down right now to under £10, $9.95. It's another add it to your order price, this time for a very exclusive gemstone, a variety of the gemstone that we don't get to bring you traditionally. probably some of the highest quality green apatite I've ever seen. I mean, it's jewellery quality apatite in all honesty, faceted to perfection in these delicate rondelles. And right now, we're bringing it to you at the added to your order price of $9.95. If you want to take advantage of this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. If you've already got a P&P up and running, and maybe you're umming and ahhing, get it home. See it in the flesh. That's when you can make an informed decision. That's when you can really appreciate the kind of colour tones you're getting here, because there's almost a sort of little turquoise hue coming through from this rich forest green tone. If you do want to add it to your order, the time to act is right now. It's only going to be available at the price point of $9.95 for the next 60 minutes, at which point it's going to return to the original launch price of $11.95. That was already ridiculous for what you're getting at under £10. This is a price you cannot ignore. A premiere launch, here today, gone today perhaps, we just don't know. So if you want to add this to your order, then get involved right now on our free phone number, or alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. If you do place it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because of course in about 59 minutes this is going to return to the original price of $11.95. I hate for anybody to miss out on this exclusive launch price because they didn't check out their basket. If you want to add this to your order, act now to avoid disappointment. It's a very exciting premiere launch for us here on The Late Show, and it's very exciting for me, as somebody who does have a passion for gemstones and gemology, to even see this kind of quality of green apatite. So very, very exciting times here at Jewellery Maker. Not only are we sourcing the best possible quality gemstones, but also these very rare varieties of apatite as well. $9.95 for 30 carats of green apatite in your faceted rondelles. If you want to add that to your order, then dial that free phone number right now to avoid disappointment. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on because we're going to a quick break. When we return, the second half of The Late Show, including the 10 strand super saver. Don't go away.
Come and join guest designer Mark as he shares his passion for beautiful jewellery making with genuine gemstone chips and nuggets. You will learn various techniques including colour grading, how to triple plait, create stunning memory wire bracelets and earrings, as well as how to incorporate macrame into your designs. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, memory wire, threading materials and findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away. Do you make jewellery as a hobby? Would you like to learn key skills to help you successfully market and sell your handmade jewellery? We are working with Angela Edwards, who is an experienced jewellery maker as well as a small business trainer, to bring you the perfect course to help develop basic business skills. The full course includes how to create a business plan to successfully sell your products, how to access current and potential customers, how to identify and profile your target market, how to generate leads to secure current and future sales, how to use online social networking to your advantage, and key knowledge on legal requirements and insurances. For information about dates and to reserve your place, please contact 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Come and join resident designer Linda as she guides you through various techniques in soutache. Get creative with this exciting medium and learn how to braid with round gemstones, how to set and wrap a cabochon, and how to make a back piece with ultra suede backing. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, soutache cord and ultra suede backing, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed McKay. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And I have to say, it has been very, very busy. And I imagine this is one of two reasons. Either everyone was feeling very inspired this morning with Fiona, or this afternoon by Hannah, and they've already got an order up and running, and as a result they want to maximise on one P&P per day by adding to that order with the deals here on the Late Show, or everyone's tuned in for my handsome face. Okay, let's check this out. I think it might be a little from column A, a little from column B. Bit of both there. Okay, I'll tell you why everybody's tuning in tonight, and it's because of the amazing deals. Nothing to do with me. Have a look at the gemstones we have on offer. Gorgeous Labradorite. This is coming up as our superstar buy at about 10 to 9 this evening. So the final shopportunity of the weekend will come via this beautiful Labradorite. It's coming up at 10 to 9 this evening, so if you want to get hold of that, start dialing the second the graphics hit the screen. Coming up in just 15 minutes time, another star buy opportunity, this time in the form of a 10-strand super saver. Now, regular Late Show viewers amongst you will already be aware of this. It's going to offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, and here, 1, 2, 3 strands of nuggets as well, means that you're getting a huge number of gemstones, and you're going to get each strand for the equivalent of under £2. So if you want to get involved with a 10-strand super saver going to a ridiculous price, it's coming up in just 15 minutes time. Now, last night we only had 32 available of our 10-strand super saver. It lasted about 2 minutes. Tonight we've got a slightly higher quantity, but still less than 50. So if you're one of those jewelry makers who loves to get hold of amazing value when it comes to genuine gemstones, A, you've come to the right place, and B, the deal for you is coming up in 15 minutes time. Before that, we're going to give you a few clearance opportunities, and we're going to start with huge rounds of Tiger's Eye. Now, these are your plain polished rounds. They're 16mm in size, giving you over 650 carats of gorgeous Tiger's Eye. Now, Tiger's Eye has been one of those gemstones that actually we've been very successful in sourcing over the last 4 years since we launched Jewellery Maker. We've always managed to get hold of fantastic samples of this gemstone. But, as ever, year on year, the quality of the gemstones just continues to improve. And now, we've got these huge showcase pieces, 16mm rounds of Tiger's Eye. And actually, can we just have a look at this gemstone here? Look at the amount of chatoyancy you've got there. That's the optical effect you can see on the surface of the gemstone, that almost cat's eye-like effect, which is actually provided again by the way the light is refracted on the surface of the gemstone. Really, really impressive look. A huge carat weight, mainly because of the size of the gemstones themselves. I would say that you don't really need to pile all these into one design. You can actually be quite conservative with how many you put into each design. They're still going to make a massive impact because of the size of the gemstone and the optical effect, that chatoyancy on the surface of the tiger's eye. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. We know how busy we have been so far tonight, and here comes the current price for these 16mm rounds of tiger's eye. They're already under £10. We're already able to offer you this kind of massive carat weight for tiger's eye for under £10. We're about to give you an exclusive price reduction. We're going to reduce these in price, but only for the next 60 minutes. So congratulations to Gloria, Sheena, Anne, new buyer, Michelle, Abigail, another Anne, Amy, you're there as well. This is the way to shop from us here at JewelleryMaker. Put yourself to the front of the queue, and we're going to take them down to $7.95. Another exclusive price reduction. It's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So if you do want to take advantage of this deal, if you want to get a clearance offer on these tiger's eye, act now to avoid disappointment. You can start dialing our free phone number. Speak to a member of our award-winning help team who will add these to your order. Alternatively, log in at JewelleryMaker.com and click to buy now. If you do put them in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. These are only available at that price for the next 60 minutes, at which point they're going to go back to $9.95. It already represents the best value on the market for the size, the carat weight, and the quality of this golden tiger's eye. At $7.95, it's an absolute steal of a deal. It's an add it to your order price, and congratulations to everybody coming through to add that to their order. Well done. We're going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on to these beautiful little burnt orange agate marquise cuts. Very, very useful gemstone cut for jewellery makers. You've got this gorgeous, rich, almost ruby red tone at one end of the spectrum, ranging down through the tangerines and the orange tones into those beautiful golden tones as well. I mean, the faceting on the surface is really outstanding, isn't it? I mean, that to me is jewellery quality gemstone. Very, very rich colour tone here. Interesting because not only does it provide you with vibrancy, but it also provides you with a bit of warmth to your designs as well. So perfect for any season. And of course, those traditional jewellery looks that you want to create in bespoke designs, such as your floral motifs. These would form perfect petals, wouldn't they? They're faceted as well, so you get that play of light. I mean, is there anything this gemstone strand can't do? These are traditional marquise cuts. They're twice the length as they are diameter. They're 12 by 6 mil in size. One of the most wasteful jewellery cuts on the market. But as I say, as bespoke jewellery makers, we want to be able to provide you with the cuts that allow you to express yourself and create those traditional bespoke looks. So the floral motifs and also little wings on dragonflies and butterflies, they're perfect, aren't they? Here comes your add it to your order price this evening for 40 carats of burnt orange agate. $7.95. Once again, they're top drilled, so very easy to incorporate into your designs. $7.95, a price you just cannot ignore. I was saying that it was only this week that I really discovered how versatile orange gemstones are. Perfect for any season, warmth in the winter months, perfect with your earthy colour tones in the autumn months, vibrancy in the summer months, and the perfect accompaniment to any pastel shade in the spring months. Look at those combinations there, that looks fantastic. $7.95, another add it to your order price for genuine gemstones. We're going to leave that one there, we're going to move on. I'm going to move on to an essential finding. Actually, this is more of a sort of fancy finding, because what we've got here, rose gold plated sterling silver, high end on top of high end, and these are your little slider clasps. Is that right? There's no little dent on these, are there? I'm not going to damage it now. Just checking that I wasn't going to damage it. So you get 2 clasps in total. The really interesting thing about these is they've got 3 loops, so they've got these treble loops on them, allowing you to have multi-strand necklaces but still provide your customers with the rose gold plated finish. Have a look here, look. Really simple way to be designed, very, very sturdy, but you can actually work with 3 threads there, so you can have that, you know, different weaves, or of course you might just have a multi-stranded design. And you do get 2 clasps in total. So there you go, that's everything you're going to get. And as I say, rose gold plated sterling silver. Another very versatile colour tone here, this time in your metal, because of course it will provide you with femininity in some designs and warmth in others. Rose gold plated sterling silver clasp. This is an essential finding for many jewellery makers who love to work with those multiple weaves or multiple strands of gemstones within their necklace designs. Actually, these would be fantastic fastening for a bracelet design, I'm thinking now. If you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number right now. We only have a limited number available, and here comes your price this evening, £9.95. That's £5, well, less than £5 a clasp. And actually, you know, it's these kind of items that are going to elevate your designs onto that next level and make people appreciate that you haven't just, you know, created homemade jewellery. You've made a handmade, bespoke design. You've given everybody a professional finish, rose gold plated sterling silver, and actually, not only do these have that high-end look to them, but they actually have a practical use as well, in that they allow you to incorporate more strands onto your designs because they've got those 3 loops. So if you do want to get involved, £9.95, these are the kind of items that are going to allow you to justify the price points that you want to achieve by working with precious metals, and of course being able to provide your customers with a piece of jewellery that has something a little bit extra, a little bit of extra je ne sais quoi, shall we say, and lots of character and that high-end finish. So congratulations to everybody coming through there. We're moving on to gorgeous aquamarine. Look at this. These are the colour tones that we want to see in our aquamarine. Icy sky blue tones. There's actually quite a nice variation on this strand because you've got some which are more of a subtle hue, others which have deeper saturation of colour, but with each and every gemstone there's no denying that this is the colour we expect to see when we consider working with this month's birthstone. Now again, these are your faceted top drilled drops, so really elegant look, very easy to incorporate into your designs, and of course you get a massive impact from just one gemstone. The way you set it into your designs is very, very important. I personally think a little bit of movement with these faceted gemstones is going to allow you to showcase the gemstone in, you know, the best possible way. Very, very popular this evening, the blue gemstones. People know how popular blue gemstones are with semi-precious gemstone buyers. 90 carats in total here for March's birthstone, and the drops themselves range in size from 8x5 to 16x8mm. So you've got quite a subtle variation of size, but the perfect variation to create matching sets of jewellery. So take 2 of the smaller ones and create your droplet earrings, and then 1 of the larger ones to create the matching pendant set. You're going to make your money back off just 3 gemstones here, because we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction tonight. This has never been reduced in price previously. Let's have a look at our current price for this strand. Wow, $14.95. Again, we're looking at such a high quality of gemstone here. Well, it does come from our Gems of Distinction range, but we're going to give you a clearance price. That's what we do here on The Late Show. We aim to provide you with the best possible value on the market. And of course, we will give you a few exclusive clearance prices that are only available for 60 minutes. So put yourself to the front of the queue and start dialing that free phone number right now and add it to your order price for 90 carats of gorgeous aquamarine under £10. This is a gemstone revered by many jewellers across the world, a very recognisable gemstone, and of course this month's birthstone. Now the interesting thing about Aquamarine is that it does come from one of the most popular gemstone families, the beryl family. So it's keeping good company, rubbing shoulders with the likes of morganite and emerald. And basically, all of these gemstones start out as the same chemical composition. So silica, aluminium, beryllium. I think that's right, I probably got that wrong. But anyway, so it starts off as a colourless gemstone. And then depending on which element actually sort of infiltrates that chemical structure while it's forming, decides which gemstone it's going to be. So, for example, with emerald, it's going to be either chromium or vanadium, which give it that rich green colour tone, which we also saw on our green apatite, didn't we? That vanadium almost had an emerald green tone to it. We still have a few strands of that available, actually. Or with aquamarine, for example, it's iron that gives it the colour tone. So whenever you see blue beryl, you know that it was iron which actually sort of infiltrated the crystal formation and turned it into aquamarine. $9.95 is an exclusive clearance price, only available this evening for the next 60 minutes. Congratulations to Gillian in County Durham and Gillian in Hampshire. Julie, you're there. Chrissy, Tina, Amanda, a new buyer. Catherine, you're there as well. Jane, Natalie, you're coming through on the phone lines. Laura, you're there as well. Sophie's on the phone lines. If you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. It's only available at this price point of $9.95 for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to have to leave that one with you because we're about to bring you yet another star buy. And on this occasion, I do need a little bit more time because I'm about to provide you with the best value of the night for genuine gemstones. This is the infamous 10 strand super saver. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy. Now, whenever we're offering you a star buy, it's so that we can provide you with a premiere launch, an exciting new item, or an exclusive clearance bundle where we take a collection of gemstones together and provide you with a saving. We're about to go above and beyond in terms of the value we offer you here as part of a 10 strand super saver. Now, these have become synonymous with the late show, and I think lots of people now tune in solely for their 10 strand super saver because they tend to be one of the fastest selling items on our show. It's 7:30, and that means it's time to provide you with the best value of the night for genuine gemstones, less than £2 per strand, and I can tell you that you're getting some very, very exclusive gemstones. Let's have a look at the jewellery designs that have been put together using our super saver. These have been created by Suzanne, and you can see that you get a massive variety of colour tones, cuts, shapes, sizes. It's basically a gemstone stash in one product. Let's have a look at everything you're going to get as part of this 10 strand super saver. So a huge carat weight of gemstones here. We're going to go through them one by one, and we'll start with these beautiful apple green chrysoprase. Have a look at that. Now here you've got your organic nuggets, so you get a lot of gemstones here, yet more value. 135 carats in total. The nuggets themselves range in size from 2x1 to 8x1, and that's an 85 centimetre strand, so again, a lot of gemstones there. I mean, where else could you get that amount of chrysoprase for less than £2? Then, we've got here, this is black labradorite. That may be classified on the website as feldspar. Yeah, that's actually the gemological family that labradorite belongs to. This is black labradorite, no doubt about it. I can see the labradorescence. So feldspar is in fact the gemstone family. There isn't an actual gemstone feldspar, but this is your black labradorite. We know how popular this particular gemstone is with us here at JewelleryMaker, and you know, the opportunities to bring you black labradorite are a little bit few and far between. These are your faceted rounds. They actually range in size from 6mm to 14mm, and they are perfectly graduated on the strand, so technically you could just restrand that and you'd have a black labradorite necklace, which I think would go down pretty well with a friend or a family member if you were providing that as a gift. Absolutely gorgeous. So, chrysoprase, black labradorite, and then another very rare gemstone that we don't get to bring you very often, and we're about to sell at the equivalent of under £2 for this strand. Neon apatite. They range in size from 2x1 to 7x1mm. So again, you've got those organic cuts, those sort of irregular shaped nuggets, which are going to provide you with texture, character, but on this occasion, one of the rarest and most elusive varieties of this gemstone available. Beautiful neon apatite. Pink opal, another strand of nuggets. We're getting a huge amount of gemstones here, aren't we? Another strand of nuggets, this time in your pink opal. Wow. Maybe this is a combination you haven't considered before, but pink opal and neon apatite, that looks fantastic, doesn't it? Because you've got that subtle baby pink tone coming from your opal, and then that gorgeous inner glow from your neon apatite. This is a beautiful combination so far. Orange quartzite, the most versatile of all colours when it comes to jewellery making, as I've decided. These are your 10mm plain rounds, very, very easy to work with, very easy to incorporate into your designs. Beautiful colour tone there, very eclectic. So that is 240 carats of orange quartzite. Then we've got your faceted rounds of sodalite. Oh, I like the combination of the blues and oranges together actually. 25 carats of sodalite here in your faceted 4mm rounds, perfect for your beady beads, your soutache, your kumihimo, your bead loom. Very, very versatile cut there. Then your teal coloured hematite, and I'm going to go to this end now because I'm thinking the chrysoprase and the green hematite together are a match made in heaven. Look at that. You've got the organic finish from your chrysoprase nuggets, and then that high polished metallic shimmer from your green or teal coated hematite. Really, really gorgeous look here. This is a perfect, there's a few good colour combinations going on here. Lovely variation of finishes and cuts as well. Then we've got your black obsidian in your 4mm faceted rounds as well. As we say, very versatile cuts, perfect for so many disciplines here at JewelleryMaker. Your beady beads and your soutache designs, for example, they have been faceted, so again, you're getting that beautiful luster from that black gemstone. 50 carats of labradorite here in your irregular plain bicones. Wow. This is a fantastic 10-strander. Now I have to say, the producers are finding it harder and harder to put these 10-strand super savers together, so I can't guarantee that we're going to have one on every show going forward. So if you do want to take advantage of this particular bundle, start dialing now. I can tell you half the stock's already been allocated to our regular buyers who know the value you get in these kind of superstar bundles. Have a look at the heart-shaped shell here. We know how popular heart-shaped gemstones are at the best of time, but when we're moving into the summer months, these organic minerals have much more of a place within our jewellery designs, don't they? And look at that beautiful colour play you get from the nacre on the shell. And you see that there? Beautiful fuchsia purples and lime greens. Maybe something people don't consider when they think about working with shell. Maybe some people think, no, I only want to work with, you know, very high-end, prestigious gemstones. But when you actually consider the look you're getting there, it's very mystical, isn't it? Gorgeous. So real collection of cuts, of faceted rounds, plain rounds, and of course your irregular nuggets, and across some of our most popular gemstones here, your hematite, your chrysoprase, your labradorite, in both the black variety and the more traditional variety. You've got neon apatite, you've got opal, quartzite, sodalite, gorgeous heart-shaped gemstones as well. Oh wow, oh sorry, I'm really sorry, let's get the price on screen now. I think most of our regular viewers already knew where we're going. $1.99 per strand, $19.95 for the 10 strand super saver. I'm really, really sorry to announce this. We've only got single figures of availability remaining already, I'm afraid. It does take a little bit longer to get through a 10 strand super saver. That's why I say start dialing the second the code hits the screen. Put yourself to the front of the queue to avoid disappointment. Congratulations to Liz in Yorkshire. You have multi-bought this bundle. That's the way to do it. When we're offering you this kind of incredible value, 10 strands of gemstones for $19.95. And actually, you know, when you think about the traditional length of a gemstone strand here at JewelleryMaker, when you consider how many gemstones you normally get on a strand, you've also got 3 strands of nuggets on this as well. So it's more like getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Kind of. I know that's not 100% accurate, but they're just really, really long strands. So you get lots of gemstones. I'm going to have to leave that one there, I'm afraid, because otherwise I'm going to start to disappoint people. It looks like that's going to be a sellout. Congratulations to everybody who got involved there. If you have got it in a basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Well done. We're going to move on though, and let me tell you exactly what we've got coming up as a star buy offer at the top of the hour. I believe it's this. Is it Modern Elegance, something like that? There we go. Have a look at this. When you see the combination of gemstones, you're going to want it. Labradorite, emerald, and pink pyrite together. 3 of our most popular gemstones, 3 of our most popular strands, all in one star buy offering coming up in about 15 minutes time. So the second the graphics come on screen for that one, start dialing to avoid disappointment, which I think some people are actually going to miss out on that 10 strand super save. If you want to get involved, start dialing now. What's wrong, Pete? You want to get hold of these 10 strands and pack them away, do you, mate? Come over here. Come on, we know he loves to participate. He was modelling the Labradorite. No, he can't resist it, can he? Hi, Mum. Hi, Mum. Well done, Pete. That's our fantastic floor manager, Pete. We've got a crack team here tonight of very experienced TV makers. We've got Glenn on cameras. You going to give us a wave, Glenn? There he is. Glenn used to be the production manager here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, so he knows the ins and outs of everything we're doing here. Very experienced within the industry. I've got Mr. Liam Nevitt producing the show, giving us all the prices and the products, and a massive bonus in the form of Brucey on the wheels of steel. Give us a little shot of what you're made of, Bruce. Come on. Oh, ooh, very haunting. Right then. Well done. Right then, we're going to move on with more clearance offers. Don't forget that 3 strand pack coming up in about 15 minutes time. Where are we moving on to? Gorgeous. Oh, it is. Right. Now this goes to back up something that I was talking about last week. I had some blue Chalcedony, and I kept saying, wow, this looks exactly like blue lace agate. Now, when you see the blue lace agate, you'll know exactly what I was talking about. Have a look at the finish on this. It's, to me, it's like looking up at the sky on a beautiful summer's day, and check out the banding on the surface of the gemstone. It's almost like little cloud formations. See where I'm coming from there? Beautiful. Now these are puffy ovals. They're 14 by 10 mil in size. Now the reason that I referenced this gemstone when I was selling that Chalcedony last week was because of the affordability of the Chalcedony, because blue lace agate, one of the most revered and expensive forms of agate available on the market. Now when this gemstone was originally launched on the channel, I was actually the sales manager at the time. I was very excited that we'd even managed to source it for you, and I think the price points were coming in at around about 25 to 30 pounds. Right now we're about to display the way in which our buying power has increased over the last 4 years, and now we can bring you this variety of agate at a much more affordable price. 160 carats of blue lace agate in your 14 by 10 mil puffy. I mean, you can see why this is so popular, can't you? That beautiful lavender base tone combined with that very characteristic banding there. Gorgeous. Let's have a look at our current price for this strand of blue lace agate. $14.95. I would say that already displays that our buying power now is, say, twice as powerful as it was when we originally launched this gemstone. We can now bring it to you at $14.95. But tonight, on the Late Show, we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction. It's only available at this price for the next 60 minutes. So to avoid disappointment, start dialing that free phone, and we're taking it down to $11.95. That's the lowest price I've ever seen for blue lace agate on this channel. $11.95, unheard of anywhere else that I know of. And the man in charge of the prices, Mr. Nevitt, once again handing you back the equivalent of your P&P tonight, but only if you get involved in the next 60 minutes. That's a huge carat weight of blue lace agate for $11.95. As I say, I was excited when we were able to bring this to you, say, 2.5 years ago at $29.95. This goes to show that we here at JewelleryMaker are dedicated to providing you with the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, and that we work tirelessly with our buying offices across the globe to ensure we bring you not only the best possible quality of gemstones, but the best possible value for the gemstones you want to see. Blue lace agate in these 14 by 10 mil puffy ovals, available right now for $11.95, and you can see how much they're going to add into your designs. If you got hold of the beautiful blues, the first product we launched at 5 p.m, you've got to be adding this to your order. Imagine that for a combination. Your coated blue Chalcedony, your gorgeous sky blue Pyrite, and then blue lace agate all together. That's fantastic. If you want to get involved, it's available at $11.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Moving on now. I just forgot something. I just realised that somebody on Facebook asked if we could do a deal on this specific cut of this gemstone, and even when I saw it on the schedule, I thought of this customer, and I forgot to give you a heads up on Facebook. If it's you and you're watching, please text in if you get hold of this, because I think they're popular with all of our customers really. But there was somebody who actually specifically requested this only a couple of days ago on Facebook. I did mention it to my producer. That's why it's in the show. Don't forget, on the Late Show, it is your show. If there's something you want to see, then get in contact. Either text us in or email the studio, or of course, you can contact me directly on Facebook, Ed Presenter with a lowercase p, and you'll find me. And yeah, if you want to see something, let me know. Somebody did. I've got it in the show, but I forgot to give you a heads up. I hope you're watching. Over 100 carats of clear quartz in your carved leaf beads. I'm assuming that our customer has a specific commission, possibly a bridal commission. Have a look at this. All the work's been done for you here by the very talented lapidorist who's managed to create these hand-carved leaf beads. Now this is the beauty of working with a gemstone like quartz. It's a bit more readily available, it's a bit denser than other gemstones, and as a result, the gem cutters and carvers, if you like, are a bit more confident when they're working with it. And look at that definitive and characteristic feel that they've created. Inspired by Mother Nature, of course, her design for a leaf. She doesn't get it wrong very often. And then we've emulated that design within another of her creations, beautiful quartz. This is your clear quartz, so perfect because it will go with any other gemstone. All the work's been done for you in the form of the carving, and if you have got bridal commissions up and running, then this, for me, is a must-have item. Over 100 carats of clear quartz in your carved leaf beads. They're 14 by 10 mil in size actually, so quite a significant look. These would be perfect as little charms as well, wouldn't they? How about this? For a wedding, little glass charms featuring beautiful carved leaf beads. That'd look fantastic. And producer Liam's just told me he is going to give you a deal. He's going to give you an exclusive price reduction. Let's have a look at the current price on this strand. It's already under £10. Unbelievable value when you consider the amount of work that's gone in to a strand like this, where we've had to source jewellery quality quartz. We've had to cut the quartz into certain shapes so that it makes this carving possible. It's not an easy task. It's a very, very labour intensive process to create these carved leaf beads. And you can see why they're so popular. I mean, look how defined that carving is. I mean, no one's going to mistake them for anything other than beautiful natural leaves, are they? Over 100 carats in total. And if you do want to get involved, my advice is to start dialing now. I've already created a bit of a queue on the phone lines. Of course, you can also shop with us at JewelleryMaker.com, the most efficient way to add these to your order. Well done to Alan, Helen, Marie, Debbie, Tanya, Karen, Sue in West Midlands, Sue in Merseyside. We have just taken this to a clearance price. There's no way we needed to go anywhere near this price for an item like this. And if you were the customer who contacted me on Facebook, please text in or message in just to let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to be really, really worried that I've let you down. $6.95. We just saved you £3. That's the equivalent of your P&P, and well over half the stock's already been allocated. It looks like this is going to be a sellout strand tonight. Oh, I hope to goodness that the customer who actually requested this strand is watching right now. Oh, well, Corinne from Norfolk just messaged saying yay, so maybe it was her who wanted to get hold of these. My apologies, I'm terrible with names, so my apologies. 110 carats in total here, but it's not really about the carat weight, is it? It's about the finish on the gemstones. It's about the look they provide you within your designs, particularly if you focus on your bridal commissions. That's the way I'm looking at them, but I could be wrong. Oh, it was Corinne. Oh, okay, she said thanks, Ed, I got it. Good, I'm so glad. And we did give you a deal as well, not just the opportunity to buy them, but we've also given you an exclusive reduction down to $6.95, but only for the next 60 minutes, or more likely, while stocks last. I'm going to leave that one with you, so congratulations to everybody who got hold of that, particularly if you're buying that because you've got some of those bridal commissions, because that's really impressive. We're going to move on now. Again, another gemstone that provides you with lots of texture and character in your designs, but this time it is because of the finish, but not because of a carving, but because of the little play of colour you get on the surface. It almost looks like a bit of like opalescence, for example. I mean, it is actually a metallic coating that we've actually provided the gemstones with, but look at the colour tones, love it. Has a real like sort of confectionery-like feel to it, doesn't it? Really fun, candy pop colours. Gorgeous sort of sherbet lemon, lime greens, tanzanite blues, amethyst purples, tangerine colours, baby pinks, hot pinks, teal tones as well. Something for every possible jewellery making scenario. And actually, Director Glenn made a good point. They almost look like the balloons you get at a party or something. They do have a real sort of festival-like feel to them, don't they? Actually, when I look at it, it makes me think of like maybe, you know, all the colour and the culture of like the Notting Hill Carnival, something like that. Especially with that metallic finish, because that's just giving it that little dynamic edge, isn't it? I mean, as I say, we don't sort of imply that Mother Nature's got it wrong too often, but what we like to say is good start, we'll take it from here. And that's why we've given it this gorgeous metallic coating, just to give it a slightly different finish. It actually is putting me in mind of the strand of carnelian that we launched on Friday night with Laura. You know, she created that gorgeous pendant. A very similar finish here because of that metallic coating. Now the ovals themselves are 20 by 15 mil in size. Now if you did actually miss out on the opportunity to get hold of that carnelian strand, this could be a perfect substitute. We are going to give you and add it to your order price this evening for over 200 carats of your multicoloured metallic agate. And here comes your price. Under £10, down to $8.95. If you've already got a P&P up and running, why not add this to your order? See it in the flesh, really, you know, examine that metallic finish. Imagine how these are going to sit within your designs, which gemstones you're going to match them up with. For just $8.95, you can get this home, see it in the flesh. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can always send it back to us, but I think the second that you get this in your hand, you're going to fall in love with it, and it's going to get the creative juices flowing. The second you hold it, you're going to think, I know what I'm doing with this. $8.95. If you want to add that to your order, dial that free phone number right now. We're going to move on. And we're going to stick with this sort of colourful, characteristic vibe because we've gone for your crackled quartz in multicolored tones in your flat rondelles, or maybe classified as little wheels, for example. So again, you've got lots of vibrancy, but really here, instead of a metallic finish, you've got the crackled finish. Now this is actually a treatment that we provide with the gemstones to create this textured feel within the gemstone. So what we actually do is we heat the gemstones up to a certain temperature, and then we plunge them into ice cold temperatures to create this crack of confectionery sweets, those little sugary sweets. That's what this reminds me of. And I think that's really interesting, because this is the beauty of working with genuine gemstones. They actually do evoke memories and emotions for people, don't they? And that's when you know you're onto a winner, when you're working with a gemstone that's going to make people feel a certain way. As a result, actually, I think this strand would be perfect if you are creating jewellery designs with your youngsters, because you can imagine little girls picking out these beautiful hot pinks, or these sort of Parma violet tones, if you like. Maybe the daffodil yellows or the sky blues, even the clear quartz are really providing you with a different look within your designs. Now, you don't have to use all of these in one design. You could actually colour graduate them out and use them in certain designs, or of course, they're going to be able to provide you with vibrancy when they're matched up with other gemstones. I love the colour variation you get here, and again, if you're looking for value for money, look how many gemstones you've got here. They're a really significant size. They're 10 by 5 mil. So they're gonna make a big impact on your designs, not just because of that crackled effect, but also because of the gorgeous variation of colour tones you've got. Let's have a look at your price point this evening for 370 carats of multicoloured crackled quartz, $8.95. Another added to your order price, and with that shot you can really appreciate the way that quenched effect, that crackled-like texture, is going to enhance the overall look of your jewellery designs. A huge carat weight here, which basically means you've got a lot of gemstones on the strand, lots of design scope, and there, with that shot, you really got to appreciate the sort of crackled texture, and with this shot, you get to see the variation of colour tones you've got there. Oh, I love that, varying from the blues into the baby pinks, then the hot pinks. Gorgeous daffodil yellows, violet tones, your clear quartz as well. A huge amount of gemstones here for $8.95. This is the way to really bulk up your gemstone stash and ensure you've got a colour tone for every jewellery making scenario. $8.95 is the price point right now while stocks last. We're going to move on, and we're going to offer you now a gorgeous pastel shade in the form of Amazonite, and I think this is probably one of the things which most people associate with this gemstone, and it's that sort of fresh minty green tone, perfect for the upcoming spring months, and actually it'd be perfect to help you maybe tone down some of those brighter colour tones. I was saying that I thought the vibrant orange colours go well with the pastel shades. You can see there how well they work together, can't you? Absolutely gorgeous. On this particular strand of Amazonite, these are your heart shapes. Very, very popular with all jewellery makers. Again, very sellable jewellery designs when you're working with your heart-shaped carvings. But also, you know, it's one of those shapes which is identifiable within the jewellery world, isn't it? It's synonymous with romance and love, and, you know, people generally tend to buy jewellery designs for the ones they love. Only need 2 gemstones here to create a beautiful pair of earrings, for example. So you could just take some of the strands, some of the gemstones from the middle of the strand, so some of the mid-sized gemstones, pair of shepherd hooked, and you've got a beautiful pair of heart-shaped Amazonite earrings. The puffy hearts themselves actually graduate in size on the strand from 8mm to 16mm, so you could potentially, what I might be tempted to do is take the largest one away. You can use that as a pendant in a different design, have a feature gemstone here, and then the rest of the work's done for you. Just re-strand these Amazonite hearts onto the neckline. Gorgeous look. 160 carats of Amazonite here in your puffy hearts. As I say, they range in size from 8mm up to 16mm. You're going to make a massive impact on your designs. And here comes your price this evening. We only have limited availability, I'm afraid. We know how popular Amazonite is. We know, especially at this time of year. We know how popular heart-shaped gemstones are all year round. And right now, they're available. Add it to your order price of $7.95. If you've already paid a P&P today, then why not add these to your order? In fact, if you've already got yourself booked into a few craft fairs, these are the kind of strands which are going to allow you to maybe bulk up your collection, because you could just make, you know, multiple pairs of heart-shaped earrings. They're always there then, aren't they, as a little affordable upsell at your craft fairs. You know, £5 a pair. You could even go more affordable than that when you're paying $7.95 for the whole strand. Maybe £3 a pair for Amazonite heart-shaped earrings. Not a lot of work involved either. Simple head pin and a pair of shepherd hooks, and you've got a pair of sellable earrings. If you want to get involved, they're available right now. They're added to your order price of $7.95. Congratulations to Sue, Anne, Alan, a new buyer, William, you're there as well, Michelle. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. They're only available for a limited time because the stock levels are getting very, very low on this particular item. If you want to get involved, dial that free phone number. I'm going to have to leave this one with you because it is now time for me to bring you yet another Star Buy Shopportunity. Did you cut me off quick enough there, Director Bruce? I wanted to get in my lovely pun about it being a shopportunity. Never mind my silliness. Let's concentrate on our Star Buy offer. Now, on this occasion, we've taken a collection of gemstones, we've put them together to provide you with an exclusive Star Buy saving and modern luxury. Like it. I can see where you're coming from here because you've got some of these very modern looking gemstones, because how often do you see baby pink coated pyrite? I'd never seen it before JewelleryMaker brought it to the market. And these rondelles are perfect. They offer you so much within your jewellery designs, don't they? They can be used as little spacer beads to make your gemstones go further. They also provide you with a gorgeous metallic finish, so you don't have to, you know, invest in precious metals to get that metallic finish within your designs. And of course, with the pink coating, they provide you with that gorgeous femininity. Now, on top of that, you know, maybe in years gone by, Labradorite hasn't always been revered in the way it is today, but as handmade jewelers, as people who are trying to provide people with bespoke looks, something a bit different, and of course you're selling to a market that doesn't necessarily have knowledge about gemstones, Labradorite is one of those that is just a winner because of that optical effect, that labradorescence that we associate with the gemstone. This beautiful, almost lime green tone that we're picking out on some of the, there we go, look at that. I can see it on each and every gemstone. It's just not always easy to display in the studio. But there you go, you can see that labradorescence. These are really interesting because they're 3mm rounds. We don't see the rounds in the Labradorite very often. Certainly don't see them in these versatile 3mm rounds very often. The reason I say that is that they are perfect for so many jewellery making disciplines, whether it be your kumihimo, your bead loom, your beady beads, those traditional looks, or of course macrame, micro macrame. Imagine a micro macrame bracelet using 3mm Labradorite rounds. That would look absolutely exquisite. Now, teamed up together, this is a gorgeous look because I actually always think of Labradorite as having a little sort of metallic feel to it. So you've got your Labradorite featuring that beautiful optical effect of that labradorescence, and your baby pink coated pyrite. Two very, very popular gemstones here at JewelleryMaker. Two gemstones which maybe provide you with a bit more of a dynamic edge when you're working on different creative designs. How about this? One of the most revered gemstones on the planet for thousands of years. We're also going to give you, in this particular Star Buy collection, emerald nuggets. Now, we've already seen quite a few strands of nuggets being used this evening. in our bundles, in our 10 strand super saver, they're very, very popular. We know why. Again, they provide your designs with dynamism, but on this occasion, you've got one of the big four here, gorgeous emerald. And you've got a huge amount of emerald here. Again, on our strands of nuggets, we tend to make them twice the length of a normal strand. So you can see here, this is probably going to be about 85, 86 centimeters. A huge number of emeralds on this strand. And you've got every possible color variation you'd expect, from your rich forest greens of your Zambian emerald, those sort of lime green tones from your Brazilian emerald, and then those beautiful pastel tones from your Colombian emerald as well. So everything you could possibly be looking for in this gemstone, one of the big four, all on one strand, all with this dynamic, organic, nugget-like feel, combined with your beautiful pink coated pyrite and your labradorite, three of our most popular gemstones, three of our most popular color tones, all in one bundle. And here you've got that mixture, haven't you? You've got different textures, different cuts, different colors. This is going to provide you with some of the best value, not just on the market, but even we can provide you here at JewelleryMaker for these three gemstones, because we're about to take this modern luxury gemstone pack to under £10. This is only as part of this Star Buy offering, £8.95. Even better than I thought. I thought it was going to be £9.95. £8.95. That is the way to maximise on the value we can offer you here at JewelleryMaker on genuine gemstones. Of course, we're not trying to devalue any of these offerings, but what we are trying to do is make them as affordable as possible and provide you with the best value for gemstones like labradorite, pyrite, and of course emerald. I mean, where else would you expect to get beautiful emerald nuggets even for £8.95, let alone less than £3 a strand? And look at how many emeralds you've got here. Now, I know that some people, when they're working with a gemstone like emerald, may be looking for those real high-end cuts. Of course, we have a variety for each and every person out there. So we've got Colombian emerald as part of our Gems of Distinction range, and we're able to bring you that. I think the last time I brought you a strand, it was at under £50. We've seen on the open market people paying around, what was it? Something like $4,000 for 9 carats of Colombian emerald. You can pay even direct from the mine. We were able to bring you Colombian emerald for under £50. Right now, I'm able to bring you organic emerald nuggets, which so many of you actually are looking for, that organic feel from one of the big four, and I can bring you this strand for £8.95. If I was just bringing you this for £8.95, I would be jumping for joy. I'd be jumping on this desk to bring you emerald nuggets for £8.95, but I'm not. I'm bringing you emerald nuggets for less than £3 when you buy it as part of this modern luxury bundle, because you're also getting your labradorite and your pyrite for £8.95. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, just look how many emeralds you've got there. Look at that gorgeous pink pyrite. Look at that labradorite, your favourite gemstone of the last 2 years. And actually, hold on a second. Let me just put this on there so you can really appreciate the gemstones. Have a look at that. You stay on that. Just have a look at those. £8.95. I said that if I was going to bring you this emerald at £8.95, I'd be jumping on the desk. I'm now bringing you all three for £8.95. I'm definitely jumping on the desk. Just check above me. Jumping on the desk. I better not jump too much. I'll go through it. After all, I am Pumba. Right, we'll leave that there. £8.95, a Star Buy offer. 3 strands, including emerald, pyrite and labradorite, for under £10 tonight. That's less than £3 a strand. I'll give you one last look at these before we go to a quick break, and when we return, the final hour of the late show. Modern luxury, emerald, pyrite and labradorite for £8.95. A price point not to be ignored. We're going to do a quick break. When we return, yet more late show offers.
Jewellery JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Book now to take part in the Gemporia experience. Take a behind-the-scenes tour of our TV studios, meet the presenters and learn about gemstones and jewellery. The price of £169 includes an overnight stay at the picturesque White Swan Hotel, a buffet lunch, refreshments and a 3-course dinner. Dates are limited, so call or email us now for an experience you'll never forget.
Join guest designer Gemma Crow for our Adventures with Beading Thread DVD. Gemma will guide you through a variety of techniques from basic to more advanced ways you can use beading thread, including how to create flowers, weaving and plaiting techniques, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Come and join guest designer Mark as he shares his passion for beautiful jewellery making with genuine gemstone chips and nuggets. You will learn various techniques including colour grading, how to triple plait, create stunning memory wire bracelets and earrings, as well as how to incorporate macrame into your designs. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, memory wire, threading materials and findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Come and join guest designer Louise Jacobson on our Wirework Rings course. Louise will guide you through how to design a combination of ring styles and shapes. You will learn a variety of techniques, including how to use a ring mandrel, how to design bands and shanks, and how to attach gemstones. The full course includes a selection of colours and gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a visit to our museum. All of this for $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the final hour of the late show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you for joining us. We have been extremely busy this evening. In fact, we've had more people, more queues I should say, on the phones than we have ever had before on a Sunday evening show. So that just goes to show how popular the items we're bringing you are and the incredible value. Now coming up at the end of this hour at about 10 to 9, so less than an hour to go now, premiere launch of this strand of Labradorite. Have a look at this. Fantastic labradorescence coming from your favourite gemstone. It's coming up at 10 to 9 as our superstar buy, and just as a heads up, you know, the superstar buy do tend to be our most exclusive launch of the evening, and they do tend to sell out. So if you do want to get involved with that, my advice is to dial the second the code hits the screen. Of course, you can always put the phone down, you can always use your 30-day money-back guarantee, but you've got to be in it to win it. So that Labradorite coming up in, what, 40 minutes time now? And coming up in just 20 minutes time, this is a gorgeous combination of green onyx and orange carnelian. That is absolutely fantastic. The perfect combination for any season. So if you want to get hold of that, it is going to be coming to you at a start by price in just 15-20 minutes time. Before that though, we're going to give you some very high-end offerings, and we've just been discussing the kind of value we can offer you these days on the most revered gemstones in the world. Now, I never thought we'd be able to bring you Colombian emerald. Never. It's just one of those gemstones that we even struggled to get hold of on Gems TV, our sister channel, because it's one of the most popular varieties of emerald in the world, certainly the most prestigious, and it's a very competitive market. Even if Mother Nature was churning out lots of Colombian emerald, when the biggest designers in the world want to get hold of something, it makes it quite difficult. However, over the last 4 years here at JewelleryMaker, our buying power has expanded at a rate of knots. We now have buying offices all over the world, and we can bring you the best possible value for the rarest gemstones available. Now, if you go to my Facebook page, Ed Presenter, if you're already friends with me, then you can read this. If you're not, then just go and like the page. I've actually put an article that I found on the Financial Times up there. I think I put it up on Friday afternoon, so it's still very findable. And it really is talking about sort of the supply and demand within the Colombian emerald market, talking about the huge sums that people are basically demanding, if they're the mine owners, from jewelers and, you know, gemstone traders for this variety of emerald, Colombian emerald. And you can see it has a very distinctive look, a much sort of more subtle pastel shade of green than you might associate with this gemstone. Maybe some people would think of those forest greens that we saw in our apatite earlier, but Colombian emerald is unique in that it actually has this much more subtle green hue. Now I have to warn you, I only have single figures available. In fact, I only have 3 strands of this available. Now, strangely, I was actually privileged enough to launch the first ever strand of Colombian emerald here on JewelleryMaker. I only had 10 strands. It was quite an interesting story actually, because basically our head of product, who was also our designer inspiration this afternoon, Hannah Oxbury, was in India doing some gemstone buying, working with Prakash and the boys out there to try and ensure we brought you the most revered gemstones on the planet and of course the best value. She managed to get hold of 10 strands of Colombian emerald, and that was only because apparently some man, he came up and said, would you like to buy Colombian emerald? And she was like, yeah. And then he just disappeared into like a monsoon. They were sitting in the rain at the time, Hannah and Prakash. This man just disappeared into the storm, and they were like, where's he gone? I thought he was going to give us some Colombian emerald. Came back and he was like, I've got 10 strands, you can have 10 strands. The price I had to launch it at was $79.95. That was the best possible value we could provide you with at the time. As our buying powers increased, we've been able to source more Colombian emerald over the last 12 months. Although I have to say, it's a little bit limited already, isn't it? We've got 2 strands remaining. And have a look at the current price we can give you on 12 carats of Colombian emerald. $44.95. This goes to show you that we here at JewelleryMaker, as part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, can provide you with the best value on the market for the rarest gemstones available. Colombian emerald, possibly one of the most revered gemstones on the planet, possibly demanding a higher price point per carat weight than any other gemstone, certainly any other variety of emerald. And we can give you 12 carats for $44.95. Do your own research, that's my advice. But first of all, get this home. You've got 30 days to make your final decision. If you're selling to certain customers, if you've got the kind of client base who appreciates what you're being able to provide them when you offer them 12 carats of Colombian emerald, then this is a must-have, because $44.95, I believe, is an unrivaled price point for what you're getting here. As I say, just put into your search engine right now, if you can't, you know, be bothered to go to my Facebook site, just put in Colombian Emerald Financial Times, you'll be able to read the article, which really identifies the way in which the price points are really increasing on this gemstone. It's putting it under even more pressure in terms of its prestige, because the higher the price point you have to pay for the gemstones, the higher the price points these bespoke jewellery designers are going to start demanding for their pieces. And of course, this is the kind of gemstone that's going to allow you to achieve the kind of price points that you want to start demanding for the work and the creativity you put into your jewellery designs. One remaining opportunity, and if you want to get involved with this deal, start dialing right now. It looks like this could be a sellout. In fact, if everybody who had this in their basket was to check out right now, this would be a sellout deal. So if somebody was to dial that free phone number right now, either Eleanor or Lynn would miss out. That's my understanding of how the system works. So if you have placed it in your basket, let me assure you, at $44.95 you are getting an absolute steal of a deal. Best value on the market for Colombian emerald. I'm going to leave that one with you. Congratulations to everybody getting hold of that gemstone. If you do create a beautiful piece of jewellery, make sure you send your design into the Wall of Fame, because I really want to see some Colombian emerald. Right, we're going to leave that one there. We're going to move on. Congratulations to everyone. I would say that is the most revered gemstone that we've ever brought here at JewelleryMaker. Oh, and then this came along to rival it. Have a look at this. Probably the most well-recognised variety of spinel, maybe other than black spinel. Gorgeous red spinel. The reason why, of course, is that it is the master of disguise. Now, it's quite interesting actually. It's sort of worked backwards in terms of its prestige, hasn't it? So what's happened is this particular variety of spinel has been mistaken for rubies so many times throughout the ages that it is now the focal point of many imperial collections, the most famous being the Black Prince ruby, which is actually in our very own crown jewels. So if you have a look for the crown jewels, and you see there's a huge, what looks like a huge ruby in the centre of the crown itself. It's actually a red spinel, discovered hundreds of years later. But as a result of its inclusion within these imperial collections, it now has built up a real prestigious feel of its own. The other reason that spinel is mistaken for rubies on so many occasions, not just because of that cherry red tone that you'd associate with a gemstone, but also because of where we actually find this forming. It tends to form in the same regions where we hunt for ruby. So for example, this has been sourced in Burma, the same area in which we traditionally mine for rubies. So you can imagine, if you're going to Burma on a ruby finding expedition and you're mining and you suddenly find this beautiful cherry red gemstone glowing from under the ground, you mine it, you can understand why people would maybe assume it's rubies, but it's actually beautiful red spinel. I mean, actually, to be honest, with rubies you do get those little pink hues, don't you? With red spinel, it's a far sort of deeper colour tone, I think. I think it has some more of those sort of grape-like tones, those red wine vibes. If you want to add red spinel, the master of disguise, to your order, then start dialing that free phone number right now, or of course you can click to buy now at jewellerymaker.com, because we are about to give you the first ever price reduction on this Gems of Distinction strand of red spinel. You can get involved right now. Everyone is going to pay the same final low price. Let's have a look at the current price. So currently available for $24.95, absolutely exceptional to provide you with this kind of price point for this quality of red spinel is very exciting. But for the next 60 minutes, we're going to go above and beyond. We're about to provide you with the most affordable price we have ever given you for this strand of red spinel. We're taking it to an exclusive reduced price of $19.95. We just put a crisp £5 note back in the pocket of Andrea, Abigail, Michelle, a new buyer. You're there as well. If you want to get involved, this is the lowest ever price for this strand, $19.95. The opportunity to own this beautiful gemstone, a gemstone that is actually included within our very own crown jewels. And you can do that right now for $19.95. Again, maybe you have the kind of client base that's going to understand exactly what they're getting here. This is the opportunity for you. If you're one of those jewellery makers that's working on that elite level where you've built up a client base and you've got, you know, people who have an understanding about the inherent value of these gemstones coming to you and requesting personal commissions, then this is your opportunity to maximize on the opportunity to own this. How about this for a combination? Imagine being able to offer your client a combination of Colombian emerald and red spinel in one design. I mean, that we're talking about seriously high-end jewelry then. You know, you have to make sure that you do your research and that you do, you know, give your client the appropriate price point for this, because, you know, you could undersell yourself very easily when you're offering these revered gemstones. Colombian emerald, that has now been a sellout, and beautiful red spinel available with a reduction down to $19.95. Don't forget, you do have an exclusive price reduction there, only available for the next 60 minutes. So I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Let me have a look. That one goes in the gold box. I'll just show you, because all of these gems of distinction strands do come in their very own little presentation box, so just goes to show they do come from that elite range here at JewelleryMaker. I should put that Colombian emerald away as well. Imagine creating a beautiful bracelet design with those gemstones. You could actually give it to your customer in these little presentation boxes. I'm going to have to leave that one there. We're going to move on to... Now, I think this is going to be classified as pink amethyst, am I right? You can tell it has a very subtle feminine hue to it. These are your top drilled, faceted, pear-shaped drops. They range in size from 10 by 8 to 16 by 12, so all of them are large enough to be the focal point of a jewellery design, so they could be a pendant, but also small enough to provide you with the opportunity to create a matching set with the droplet earrings as well. Very, very high-end look here. Again, another very familiar gemstone to us here at JewelleryMaker. But even on the open jewellery market, even if you're going to high street jewellers, you're going to see amethyst being set not just into silver, but into gold designs. And I think traditionally people are thinking about those sort of rich regal purple tones, but how often do we see these sort of variations, these more subtle hues, these gorgeous pinks and lavender tones? 85 carats in total. The faceted pairs are ranging in size 10 by 8 to 16 by 12. And this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It's the highest possible quality of amethyst we can source for you. And of course you can see that in the standard of the faceting that's been applied to the surface of these gemstones, giving you that beautiful little bit of sparkle, that elegance, that sophistication. And of course, because of that subtle lavender and pink hue that comes from the gemstone, you've got all that femininity as well. If you want to get involved with this deal, I'm afraid to say we only have a limited number in stock, despite the fact that this strand has only featured on the show once previously. So this really is your second bite of the cherry, and it could really be a question of here today, gone today, because we only have a limited number. If you want to get involved, you want to put yourself at the front of the queue, then start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price point tonight for 85 carats of what I would describe as jewellery quality pink amethyst, $9.95. It's another profit-making strand, isn't it? At under £10 for what you're getting here. It's just one of those opportunities you just cannot ignore, particularly if you already have a P&P up and running. If you're creating jewellery designs traditionally for yourself or to give as gifts, this is the kind of strand that's going to allow you to make your jewellery designs more accessible, maybe to appeal to a wider market because of the familiarity of amethyst as a gemstone. I think that's partly been aided by the fact that this is February's birthstone, so it has those connections with Valentine's and romance. But any gemstone that is heavily marketed or that features heavily within high-end jewellery collections is going to end up being very, very popular. And that's exactly what's happened to Amethyst. But as I say, this is one of those alternative varieties, those beautiful feminine pink amethysts. And with that amount of faceting on the surface of each gemstone, just look at the way they are sparkling away, twinkling away. This is the kind of gemstone that's going to get you attention. It's going to draw attention to your jewellery designs, and of course if you're wearing this gemstone, it's going to draw attention to your beautiful face as well. 85 carats of pink amethyst available right now for under £10. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Oh wow, I've never seen this strand before. Multicoloured Chalcedony. Chalcedony's been really, really popular on tonight's show, hasn't it? And particularly the blue varieties, but here we've got basically a rainbow of colour tones going on. 90 carats of multicoloured Chalcedony. Look at these tangerine tones, even running down to like apricot colour tones. Then you've got your rich forest greens and your pastel greens. Then you've got your icy blues and your royal blues. This is really, really beautiful and a very versatile strand. You don't have to use all of these together. You can use them within different designs. And actually, because of the fact that they're faceted rondelles, you can easily use these to break up a design, can't you? We saw at the start of the show the way that the rondelles have been interspersed with the smaller rounds, just to make the most of the look that they were getting from the Chalcedony, and that's exactly what you've got to do with this strand. Now we've got a huge range of Chalcedony here at JewelleryMaker. As I say, we aim to have a variety of each gemstone for everybody's personal tastes and of course your personal budget. But this has to be one of the highest quality strands of Chalcedony I've ever brought to you. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and if you do just have one more look, just have a look at the saturation of colour on each and every gemstone. Clearly identifiable as Chalcedony because of that beautiful finish you've got on the surface of the gemstone. And that's the beauty of working with a material like Chalcedony, because of course this has gone through a certain dyeing process at one stage of the treatment, not the kind of dyes that are applied at the end of the process, by the way, that sometimes rub off or what have you. This is deep within the gemstone now. We've obviously gone through the cutting and fasting process afterwards, so look at the quality of these gemstones. I mean, actually, when you look at the green Chalcedony, these are almost, you know, displaying sort of Colombian emerald colour tones, aren't they? So maybe this is your opportunity, if maybe those gemstones got your creative juices flowing but you can't quite stretch that within your gemstone budget, this could be the perfect substitute. A Gems of Distinction strand of multicoloured Chalcedony, and here comes your price point. $12.95, but you've got a gemstone for every possible scenario with this strand, haven't you? Because you've got the vibrancy from your tangerine tones, you've got that very eclectic colour tone from your greens, and then you've got the popularity of your blue gemstones on this strand as well. $12.95 is all you're going to pay for a Gems of Distinction strand of multicoloured Chalcedony. If you want to add this to your order, start dialing that free phone number right now. It has proved to be very, very popular. I've never even seen that strand previously. I've never seen these multicoloured strands of Chalcedony. It's only featured once previously. This is your second bite of the cherry, so if you want to get involved, dial that free phone number and maximise on your 1 P&P per day of just $2.95. I'm going to leave that one with you because it is now time for the final star buy of the night. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our final star buy of the evening. The reason I say that, of course, is that the last star buy of the night is our superstar buy. which is the premiere launch of that Labradorite. We'll show you that in 1 second. First of all, let's concentrate on Citrus Delight. Now this is another 2-strand pack this evening, featuring 2 gems of distinction strands of gemstones. And here, 2 of our most popular colour tones and our most popular gemstones, onyx and carnelian. I mean that, I just feel like I've been transported to Seville and I'm walking through a beautiful orange orchard there. Gorgeous colour tones, ranging from those golden tones right up to those almost ruby red colours, in fact. We were talking earlier about, you know, Mother Nature's base colour being green. This just goes to show you, doesn't it? 'Cause that really does look like a little orange tree. So this is your multicoloured carnelian. As I say, you can see that because the colour tones do vary as this, you know, along the strand. They're faceted rondelles and they range in size from 5x2 up to 10x5. So again, lots of versatility, not just from the variation in the colour tones, but also from the graduation in the size of the gemstones. And then you've got your irregular plain squares. Again, another very versatile cut, another gemstone cut that allows you to express yourself in different ways, because you don't need a lot of gemstones to create a massive impact on your designs. And these beautiful green onyx, again, it allows you to work with a very familiar gemstone, but to offer your clients, your customers, the alternative variety. I think we're used to thinking of that traditional jet black tone when we think of onyx, but here we've got these gorgeous forest greens, and they work so well with these rich orange colours from your carnelian. 100 carats of faceted carnelian rondelles and 70 carats of beautiful forest green onyx coming to you this evening as part of a Star Buy collection. So we've taken these 2 strands, we've bundled them together to create one discount code, which is going to provide you with a saving and basically make our gems of distinction gemstones as accessible as possible. That's what we aim to do here at JewelleryMaker, provide you with the best value on the market for the highest quality gemstones, and we're about to do that right now. Let's have a look at our Star Buy price for Citrus Delight. Under £10, catching flies there, because I wasn't expecting that price. $9.95 is all you're going to pay. And let's have a look at a little bit of inspiration. This just goes to show how far these gemstones will go within your jewellery designs. You don't need a lot of gemstones to make a massive impact when you've got this kind of vibrancy of colour. Again, I'm just going to grab another white bust, if that's okay, because I think that it will demonstrate the vibrancy of the colour tones really, really well. Let's have a look. It does look pretty gorgeous there, but it's actually interesting because we've used 2 different colour tones in the metalwork. So you've got this antique bronze tone with the wire work. That's been created using the Lazy Daisy. I think maybe that bust's not quite big enough. I'm going to go right the way to the end of the studio and get you something which gives you a bit more of a plunging neckline, which is what this necklace will really be used for. What's so funny about that, Glenn? He giggles as he eats his packed lunch on cameras. Have a look at this. That's the way to display this necklace. I'm just putting everything back that I've moved around. There we go. So there you go, you can see the way these colour tones work together, provide you with lots of vibrancy, so you don't need to use lots of the gemstones in there, and again, making a feature of the graduation of sizes there as well on your carnelian. 2 gems of distinction strands available for $9.95, so that's the equivalent of getting both these strands for less than £5 tonight. That's an add it to your order price, especially when you consider the quality of the gemstones that you're getting here in this 2-strand pack. I mean, look at the way those carnelians are literally twinkling away, the way the light is literally cascading across the surface of these gemstones thanks to the faceting on the outer extremity of the rondelle. And actually that's really nice complementary combination to put them together with these polished, finished green onyx. If you want to get involved, then you need to start dialing that free phone number right now, because people are literally flying in on the phone lines to take home this particular bundle. So congratulations to Pamela, Evelyn, Jan, Lily, Nicola, Sharon, Christine, Leslie, Anne, Eleanor, Jane, Linda, new buyers, you're coming through as well, Deborah, Jane, Elizabeth. If you want to get hold of this, it's available right now for $9.95, but only for the next 60 minutes, of course. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, don't forget you do have your 30-day money-back guarantee, 2 strands of gems of distinction quality gemstones for $9.95. Absolutely a price point not to be ignored for a star buy price. I'm going to leave it on there. I'm just going to give you one quick heads up, because coming up in 10 minutes time maybe, the premiere launch of this strand of Labradorite rondelles. I know how popular it's going to be. My prediction is that this is going to be a sellout strand this evening. So the second the code hits the screen, which will be in, let's say, 12 and a half minutes time, you want to start dialing that free phone number, or make sure you're logged in at JewelleryMaker.com. That is going to be very, very popular. Now, okay, really? Okay. We're actually going to give you an opportunity to own your macrame boards now. This is very, very popular. We're going to do the small one first. I have to tell you, we've got 4 available in stock. But, you know, here on The Late Show, it's our job to clear out the last of stock and give you your second bite of the cherry. Maybe you're not around during the day and you miss our live shows between 9 and 5 p.m. This is your best opportunity to get hold of your mini macrame board. I don't know when we've got more coming into stock. I don't know if there's more stock available in the warehouse. All I know is there were 4 available on the system. We've allocated them to this show. We know how popular the macrame board is. The mini macrame board, I think, is traditionally used for travel. Let's get the price on screen, because 3 of them have already been allocated. $6.95. This is your mini macrame board. I think if you're, you know, au fait with this technique, then you already know what your macrame board is for. Let's get it off screen, because we're about to start disappointing people. So we'll bring you the larger one as well. So if you have missed out on the smaller one, which some people are going to, because we've got about 8 people coming through for 4. How many? 28 of your larger macrame boards. We will have a quick look at the kind of effect that can be created using this incredible tool, really. And of course, if this is a technique that you've considered getting involved with, you're a little bit intimidated or not quite sure how it works, why not add the Macrame DVD to your order? Just $4.95 an hour's, or just short of an hour's worth of tutorage, brought to you by our Macrame expert, Macrame. This is your large Macrame board. This is the one everybody wants to get hold of. 14 by 10 inches in size. And we've got 28 available on your large Macrame board. Here comes your price point for the Macrame board. $9.95, so this is your much larger board. This is, I think most people use the smaller one for their travel design, so if you're on the train or maybe if you're going away for the weekend, this is the perfect tool. But, you know, to create those macrame necklaces, you're probably going to need this larger board. Lots of people getting involved now. $9.95, the final 28 that we have in stock. Well done to Alice, Barbara, Dean, new buyer. Laura, you're there as well. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. The last few we have in stock, as far as I'm aware, that's what's been allocated to this show. 28 macrame boards left in stock, available at $9.95. Very, very popular technique here at JewelleryMaker, probably one of the most popular braiding techniques. So if you've missed out on previous opportunities to own the macrame board, it's available right now for $9.95. I'm going to leave it on with you, we're going to move on. I'm going to give everybody the opportunity now to stock up on their sterling silver findings. Now this is just one of our simple findings packs that we would traditionally find within our jewellery making kits. But you know, lots of people love to stock up on the findings by getting involved with the silver plated copper. so you can get a lot more for your money. This is your sterling silver. So again, this might be one for people who are working on an elite level and they want to be able to ensure they're offering their customers 925 sterling silver. You do get 43 pieces as part of this pack, and that includes your crimp beads, your shepherd hooks, your lobster claw clasp, your jump rings, your toggle clasp, your heart-shaped link chain, your little clamshell beads, and as I say, your heart link chain. Just have a look at that. We know how popular these are. It's this kind of attention to detail that's going to allow you to sell your jewellery designs and of course to achieve the kind of price points you want to. Look at that heart-shaped link chain. So 43 pieces of 925 sterling silver across all of your most essential findings there. There's everything you're going to get. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. This is the way to stock up on your essential components. Here comes your price point tonight. $12.95. $12.95, and add it to your order price for 925 sterling silver, 43 pieces in total, including your chain, your head pins, your toggle clasp, your shepherd hooks, your lobster claw clasp with jump ring, your crimp beads, your clamshell beads, and 3 jump rings as well. All for $12.95 for genuine 925 sterling silver. We're going to move on now, and this time we're going for the plated copper, and on this one it's the rose gold plated. So this is much more comprehensive findings pack, but this is more of a base metal. So this is your copper base metal, but rose gold finish. So best of both worlds really, because you've got the affordability of being able to stock up on 100 pieces, but you've still got that very luxurious and opulent rose gold finish. This has been classified as a rose gold flash rather than a plating, and basically all that means it's slightly thinner coating. The way I normally describe it is that a plating is sort of, if you take the piece and dip it into the metal, or of course if it's a flash, it's more like it's sprayed onto the surface. That's not 100% accurate, by the way, it's just my analogy. These are your rose gold flash findings kit, 100 pieces in total. Ribbon cord endings, a metre of chain. You've got your head pins, your flat head pins, your ball head pins, and your very fine head pins. You've got your spacer beads, you've got your detailed heart-shaped toggle clasp, you've got another toggle clasp there as well, you've got your jump rings, your shepherd hooks, 100 pieces in total. And this time, this very comprehensive findings kit is going under £10. Rose gold flash copper findings for $9.95. Absolutely out of this world. I told you our aim here at JewelleryMaker is to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs and to provide you with wholesale opportunities. This is how you're going to be able to elevate your hobby into a small business by stocking up on these trade show style offers, getting 100 different findings for $9.95. Absolutely ridiculous. If you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number. For me, that's an add it to your order price for what you're getting. And of course, if you've already paid your P&P today, then that's the way to maximise on the opportunities we're offering you by collating them all into one handy order. You're only going to pay one P&P, and you can get that findings pack right now for under £10. We're going to move on though, and this time we're going to offer you the gold-plated copper. This time the yellow gold plated, yellow gold flash copper. My apologies. Get out of it. There we go. This time, once again, you're getting 100 pieces, all of the same items. So you've got a metre of chain, your shepherd hooks, your crimp beads, your toggle clasps. I mean, I'll just show you. Where else could you get a metre of gold flash copper chain? I mean, the links are, I think, 3 by 2 mil. Gorgeous opulence from the yellow gold finish here. Real high-end finish to these findings. 100 pieces in total. There you go, everything you're going to get. A metre of chain, 3 different head pins, your flat head pins, your round ball head pins, and those fine head pins. Oh, my apologies. Let me take that back. Let me retract that. You get 2 different kinds of head pins. That's why it's 100 pieces instead of 115 pieces. My apologies. I think I said that on the rose gold findings kit as well. So let me just retract that. Sorry. You also get your fancy earring findings, and have a look at these toggle clasps. Heart-shaped toggle clasps. So much detail here. Heart finish on the loop, and this textured almost rope effect, perfect for those nautical designs that are going to be so on trend in the spring and summer months. Every year, as soon as spring comes around again, those nautical trends start to come back into fashion, don't they? Let's have a look at our price point then for 100 pieces of gold flash copper findings. $9.95, matching the price of the rose gold. Under £10 for a wholesale trade show style offer, a wholesale opportunity on your essential findings. 100 pieces, and you know, despite the fact that these are copper as your base metal, very, very high-end look from that gold flash finish. Congratulations to Alison, Diane, Anne, Christine, Sarah, Natasha, Deborah, Barbara, new buyer. Lots of people stocking up on their essential findings there, and who can blame you? Kyoko, I've seen your name a few times tonight. You're maximising on your 1 P&P today. That's the way to do it. Whenever we bring you trade show style offers, if you've already got a P&P up and running, start dialing the free phone number. And don't forget, the second I bring you a premiere launch, start dialing to put yourself at the front of the queue, because that's exactly what I'm about to do on our Super Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our Superstar Buy, which is gonna be the most exclusive premiere launch of the night. Your most popular gemstone, and it's going at a rather ridiculous launch price in my personal opinion. Not because I don't want to give everybody deals, of course I do. That's why I requested to become a presenter on the channel. I'm all about providing you with the best value on the highest quality gemstones, but I just worry sometimes that we're making gemstones so affordable that we're almost devaluing what we're giving you. Let's have a look at what we've got here. 90 carats of Labradorite. Now, some of our newer viewers may be thinking, what do you mean our favourite gemstone? How do you know what my favourite gemstone is? Basically, at the end of 2012, we held a little award ceremony in which we asked our viewers to vote in different categories. One of the categories was your favourite gemstone to work with, and Labradorite won absolutely hands down at the end of 2012. Now, at the end of 2013, which is only a few months ago, we did the exact same thing. And once again, the resounding winner was Labradorite. Now, I believe there's 2 reasons for this. One of which is that it works in so many different designs. It's so versatile, whether it be a masculine design, maybe a gorgeous pair of cufflinks, or within your dramatic designs that you're creating in necklaces, bracelets, earrings, because of the optical effect. That's what makes this gemstone so popular. The other reason I think that it's so popular, it still is because of that gorgeous labradorescence, is that you've probably been able to sell this gemstone much more frequently if you are trying to sell your designs, or you probably have the desired effect, if you like, when you've provided somebody with a gorgeous pair of earrings as a gift and they've been like, wow, what is that? You know, it has that mystical feeling, doesn't it? It evokes a certain feeling surrounding gemstones that you just don't get with maybe some of the lesser known gemstones that don't have this optical effect, that electric blue labradorescence, those gorgeous lime green tones that come through as well. And look at this. Oh wow, I don't know if we're going to be able to pick this up, but on this rondelle here, I don't know if we're getting it. Gorgeous violet labradorescence. Oh yes, we're getting it. This one here. See, I'm rocking that there. That one there. Violet labradorescence. Now, when I arrived this afternoon at JM Towers, this was already allocated our superstar buy. The decision had already been made. But a few negotiations took place between my producer and my sales manager, and they came to a little bit of a compromise. I'm not sure everybody was happy about it, but basically we were able to provide you with this strand at a premiere launch price, which I can't say I'm 100% comfortable with, but in order to provide you with the best value on the market, this is the best way to do it. Give you an exclusive launch price. This is going to be your best opportunity to add this strand to your order. The first time it's ever been on air, it's a premiere launch and at the lowest price you're ever likely to see it at. If you want to get involved, then my advice is to start dialing that free phone number right now. You never have to wait for the price to come on screen. You can always dial the second the code is evident on the side of your television. The second that hits the screen, you can start dialing that free phone number and put yourself at the front of the queue. You can always put the phone down. Wow, look at that. Literally a sort of violet glow coming from those gemstones. We're going to have to bring the price in on the screen because so many have already been allocated. $7.95. That is an exclusive launch price. There's no way Labradorite of this quality, you know, showing that much labradorescence should ever be going under £10, certainly not to $7.95. If you've already got a P&P up and running today, it's an add it to your order price, isn't it? It's a complete no-brainer. We know how popular the gemstone is. We know that it creates sellable jewellery designs. $7.95 for me is a completely unfathomable price, but do you know what? It's all thanks to your loyal custom. You have helped us to increase our buying power on the jewellery market. You've allowed us to provide you with the best possible value for the best possible quality. We've already seen how popular and how effective these rondelles are within jewellery designs this evening. Have a look at these labradorites, that beautiful polished finish, that graduation in the size ranging from 6x3 to 8x4. And it's available right now for $7.95. I can't guarantee it's going to stay at this price. So if you do want to take advantage of this deal, then you need to be dialing that free phone number now. How many of these did we start with again? And how many have been allocated? Okay, we've actually only allocated about half the stock. So if you want to add this to your order, it's still available at $7.95. Let me assure you, we're not going to limit anybody to one strand. You can multi-buy this strand. You can stock up on your favourite gemstone labradorite right now for $7.95. So many people coming through on the phone lines, and I'm not surprised because at that price point, there's nothing to really be nervous about. There's no risk involved. We offer you a risk-free shopping experience here at JewelleryMaker. We give you the chance to experience these gemstones for yourself. Get them home, see them in the flesh, match them up with other gemstones and see how they're going to work within your designs. And you can do all that right now for $7.95. One P&P per day of $2.95, and of course you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. So when you get it home, if maybe you match it up with some of the pastel gemstones you like to work with, for example, and you think, actually, I'm not quite sure this is going to work, send it straight back. Absolutely no problem. A quibble-free money-back guarantee. But can you really see yourself sending this strand back? $7.95 for 90 carats of beautiful, polished Labradorite rondelles. If you want to get involved, this is our superstar buy. It's available right now. All you've got to do is dial that free phone number or click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. For me, if you've got a P&P up and running today, then it's a no-brainer. You've got to be adding that to your order. Get it home. Maybe you've never worked with Labradorite before. This is the opportunity for you to add this to your order to experience that optical effect for yourself and fall in love with this gemstone. 90 carats of Labradorite for $7.95. It's a superstar buy offer, the final one of the weekend and probably the most special. So if you have got hold of that deal, I can tell you there was a lot of negotiation going on this afternoon. You know, I'll just be honest, we were originally going to launch it at $9.95. Basically, for one day only for the official launch. We have been guaranteed $7.95. Hopefully it will stay at that price on the website. But we've seen on many occasions that we're able to offer you more exclusive pricing when it's the launch. And it's available right now for $7.95. Wow, I can see that lime green labradorescence there. So there you go, you're getting a different optical effect with each and every gemstone. That's what makes it really, really special. $7.95 and add it to your order price for your favourite gemstone. If you want to get involved, then dial that free phone number now. If you have placed this in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, then my advice is to check out right now to avoid disappointment. We've already seen a few occasions where people have been a little bit disappointed tonight because of our limited availability. Our superstar buy, $7.95. I'm going to leave that on there because producer wants to chuck in one more amazing opportunity, and we're going back to gorgeous Peridot. I actually think these would be a gorgeous combination. Then you're going to pick out your lime green labradorescence when you team it up with beautiful Peridot. Basically, we had a strand of Peridot earlier this evening. It proved to be very, very popular. We had a few texts of people saying, oh, I missed out on the Peridot that you offered earlier tonight. So instead, we've managed to get you another strand, and we're going to offer it to you now. 40 carats of Peridot. These are graduated, faceted rondelles. I told you the late show's all about you. So if you want to see something, get in touch, let us know, and we'll get it on screen. 40 carats here. These are faceted rondelles, so they actually have a bit more of a flat base to them. So I actually think they look even more gorgeous than usual rondelles. You've got a bit more of a dynamic edge to these ones, and really allowing the light to play on the facets on these gemstones. They range in size from 2x1 to 3x2 mil in size. $30cm strand, again a huge number of gemstones available right now. Oh, see, I told you people were missing out earlier. You got in touch. We've got to bring the price on screen because over half the stock's already been allocated. $9.95 for 40 carats of gorgeous Peridot. Well done to Aniko, Hillary, Jack, Laurie, Alison, new buyers as well getting involved. If you want to add beautiful Peridot to your order, if maybe you just got your order started thanks to the Superstar buy, this is the way to maximise on 1 P&P per day. Get hold of August birthstone, beautiful Peridot available right now for $9.95. If you want to add this to your order, the time to act is right now. Dial our free phone number. You're going to come through to a member of our award-winning help team who will add this to your order. Alternatively, if you're watching me on JewelleryMaker.com and you're logged in, all you've got to do is click to buy now. Make sure you check out your basket to avoid disappointment. If this is the gemstone that's been evading you for the last few months, if you've failed to get hold of any of our Peridot strands, we've put this to air especially for you in the final few moments of our late show this evening. $9.95 for Peridot. I'm going to leave that on with you. So, okay, and we'll just give everybody a heads up. Maybe some people have just tuned in and thought, oh, was the Peridot the Superstar buy? No, the Superstar buy was this premiere launch of gorgeous Labradorite, and we have launched it this evening at $7.95. An absolutely ridiculous price. If you want to get hold of it, you can dial that free phone number right now. We still have stock availability on this, although not as much as we'd like because so many people are multi-buying this strand. And don't forget, we're never going to limit you to one strand. You can buy as many as you wish, and this for me is the way to stock up whenever we're launching Labradorite at $7.95. This is a price point you can't ignore for a gemstone which is so popular with our jewellery makers. I'm going to leave that one with you at $7.95. Wow, look at that Labradorescence, electric blues, violet tones, absolutely exquisite. It's available right now at $7.95. I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm going to have a couple of days off now, and tomorrow night on The Late Show will be brought to you by Ali. We'll be live again from 9 a.m. And of course, if you stay tuned right now, you're going to get a little bit of designer inspiration. Thank you for joining us tonight, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Bye.
pearls are classic. I mean, who doesn't love pearls? You look at them, they look elegant, they look classy, and they make elegant, classy jewellery when you're creating with them. I think right from the whitest of white pearl to the peach pearl, they're always stunning, and anybody can wear them. They're one of my favourites. You see them, don't you, in expensive jewellers, covered in diamonds. Diamond and pearls are the classic duo, and that's why I love pearls.
Pearls are always a huge seller on JewelleryMaker, and I think it's because there's a huge amount of emotional attachment to them. I think whatever walk of life you come from, whatever your age, you always associate pearls with maybe someone who's worn pearls before you, maybe your grandma, maybe your mum. So there's always that emotional attachment to pearls, and they can be classic, they can be contemporary, they can really be whatever you want them to be, and definitely one of my favourite gemstones.
You can now keep in touch by liking JewelleryMaker UK